commitment to empower rural farmers with the skills and information they need to prosper in a constantly changing environment. Digital solutions have the potential to revolutionize agriculture, making it more efficient, sustainable, and adaptive to the challenges posed by the climatic change. I want to pause first. I forgot to introduce the Vice Chancellor. I forgot that. Seated by my side is the seventh substantive Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Professor O.B. Kennedy. I'm very sorry. I have done that at the beginning. You introduced him at the beginning. This workshop will explore innovative technologies, share best practices, and engage in thoughtful discussions. Together, we will seek answers to pressing questions. How can we leverage digital solutions to improve crop yields and reduce waste? How can we connect rural farmers to vital thematic information and financial resources? How can we ensure that these solutions are accessible and affordable to those who need them the most? The success of this workshop ultimately hinges on your active participation, willingness to collaborate, and dedication to finding practical solutions. Each of you brings a unique perspective, expertise, and experience that will contribute to the rich tapestry of knowledge we aim to weave over these 2 days. As we go through this workshop, let us remember that our combined efforts can influence how agriculture develops in the future, not just for the benefit of our rural communities, but also for the benefit of the world as a whole. Together we can foster resilience, sustainable practices, and prosperity for all. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to every one of you. Let us embark on this journey with enthusiasm, determination, and a shared vision of a brighter, more sustainable future for our farmers and future generations. I thank you for listening. If you have the, please do the program for the Vice Chancellor, please. If you take the program, we're kind of late, I apologize that again. We're going to do a brief self-introduction of participants. Those of you who are participants, who are resource persons, and you are guests, invited participants. We're going to have a brief introduction quickly. Can we get a mic for them, please? Mr. Sampson, let's come mic. So give the participants. Please introduce yourself, your affiliation.
Saladin Ajala, Alikma University, Project Manager.
Thank you, sir.
Olaji Oginon, Alikma University, Director of ICT.
I'm actually Christopher, UES, University of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, the bookkeeper of the project. Thank you.
Actually, you should be on the front seat. Please come. I'm sorry.
I am.
Before you talk, please come to the front. Sorry, sir. Forgive this. This is the effect of starting late. Sorry, sir. Professor Henry is from UES. Sorry, sir.
My name is Chris Semenyono, the National Project Coordinator. Thank you.
My name is
Dr. Leonard Oji, Acting Director ICT, University of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Umabo. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Chinedu Anowu, the finance expert, Prism Associates from UA. Yes.
Please, because of that, Robert writes my name. Bossa, UAES, Umabo, the partner institution. Thank you.
My name is Mr. E.O. Isilu from Ogun State Technical and Vocational Education, Mission Education, Abeokuta.
Good morning, sirs. My name is Olalekan Jacob Olaoye, the Director of Agricultural Media Resources and Extension Center, Federal University of Agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Engineer Dr. Yobuchi Nosiri from UAES. Word. Thank you.
I'm Professor Mrs. Oluwasefunmi Arogundade, the HOD of Computer Science, FUNAB.
My name is Dr. Esther Toloroju from Agricultural Economics and Farm Management, FUNAB.
All right, thank you very much.
I'm Dr. Folashade Oke from FUNAB. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so we are going to take introduction from those who are online. So we want Mr. Chris Adinayo to introduce himself, so you can unmute.
Good morning, everyone. His Excellency, the VC of the university, and also the Excellencies, the VC of UAES, Weri. My fellow experts and professors from both the three partner universities, Al Hikma, UAES, and FUNAB. My name is Chris Adinayo, the overall project coordinator. I've been doing quite a number of projects within the sub-region, ECOWAS sub-region, with EU programs in different countries. And for the past almost 15 years, I've been working on different projects in Nigeria. So I'm always, glad to be to be home, working with stakeholders, institutions, to make sure that, especially the issues of poverty as it relates to different economic sector, agriculture, gender, as it relates to private sector, is reduced so that, as Professor Dipiolu said, for our institutions and also for the betterment of the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So we want to take Dr. Leo Oji, so you can unmute and introduce yourself. Okay, all right. So we'll take Mr. Godfrey, EU Delegation Nigeria. You can unmute and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, VC. Good morning, everyone in the room and those joining us virtually. My name is Godfrey Ogbemudia. I manage energy and circular economy portfolio here at the EU delegation. I am here standing in for my colleague, Dr. Sabri, who is on paternity leave. He sends his greeting. I'm also sending greetings from my head of session, Inga Stefanovic, who is unavoidably absent. I'm glad to be here this morning. Over.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. So I want to take Lusa Mochioni. You can unmute and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. I'm Luisa Marchionni, representing CERN, Startup Europe Region Network. It's an association based in Brussels. We work with European Project Fund and in several thematic such as the ecosystem environment for startup and business incubators. And thank you for let me for the be here. I'm happy and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Please let's put our hands together for ourselves. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. Thank you so much. This is our Vice Chancellor, sir, standing on all existing protocol. So we want to move to the next on the agenda as I invite our Vice Chancellor of FUNAB, Professor Lushola Batunde Kende, to take his opening remark. Please let the applause continue.
Thank you very much. The coordinator of the FUNAB DifiSol project, Professor Wale Dipelu, the national coordinator of the project, Professor Chris Emeyono, distinguished participants, the overall coordinator, and all the distinguished personalities online, the powerful team from the University of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Owerri, Imo State, you're all welcome. Ditto the powerful team from Al-Hikma University, led by Dr. Ajala, you're welcome. Distinguished participants also from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. I want to welcome every one of us to this workshop. I'm sorry if it seemed, of course, please, I mustn't forget, my own director, Agricultural Media Resources and Extension Center, Professor Uji Olaoye. You're welcome. Please pardon me if it seems I rushed everything. I rushed just to really start. Actually, in the next few minutes, I should chair a very critical and important meeting in the university. And I was told that this was supposed to be 9:20, so I had to quickly rush down instead of sending somebody. I want to join, thank you very much. I want to join Professor Dipelu in welcoming every one of us to this very important workshop. I said it's important because the theme of the workshop is a very apt and fitting one. It's one that we need at this critical time in the world, I dare say. It's a time when the climate is behaving and has been behaving erratically. And this has affected a lot of sectors in the human world, especially the agricultural sector. And as a University of Agriculture, I want to appreciate all those who came together to put up this project. A project in which we want to promote digital solutions for farmers in remote communities to adapt to climate change. Yes, the farmers are feeling it. There are pressures on them, there are issues. They are having problems carrying out their daily activities. Things are no longer as they used to be. And they look up to us, the intelligentsia, to really provide solutions to them. And I'm so happy that this project was conceived with the primary aim of bringing these solutions. And so I want every participant, both those online and those on site, those who are physically here, to please know that people, farmers, others are looking up to us to provide solutions. And whatever we come up with at this workshop will go a long way in ensuring that succor comes to our farmers, and as they get solutions, food security will be enhanced, not just in this country, but all over the world. As we go through this workshop, I want us to note one thing. We must please endeavor to actively participate. We must endeavor to share knowledge, because that is the way to go. And as we share the knowledge, I know that the project has not come to an end, and so it behoves on us to identify the gaps that we would identify, that are going on, that we are seeing around. And when we identify these gaps, we look for solutions to fill in these gaps. As a University of Agriculture, we are committed to ensuring that we meet the food security needs, not just of our immediate community, but also of our country. And it is heartwarming to know that we have a partner institution, the University of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences and Al-Hikmah University, partnering together on this project so that food security in Nigeria will be very much enhanced. And of course, I want you to please note, I know many of us are aware of it, that one of the immediate steps that the current administration at the national level came up with is to declare an emergency on food security. So this is a very critical one. I'm aware also that on our own part as an institution, our faculty are already keen into this particular aspect. Especially, I want to appreciate the head, Department of Computer Science of FUNAB, Professor Mrs. T. Arugundade. Please, a round of applause for her. Herself and many members of the Computer Science Department, they have taken it upon themselves to extend what I can call a hand of fellowship to colleagues in the colleges of agriculture. And together, they have come up with initiatives, with proposals that won grants. I can remember Agridi is there, Professor Mrs. Vincent and some other people. They have won grants to ensure that technology, digital solutions are brought into agriculture, so that those of us who have been in the field of practical agriculture in terms of crop production, animal production, agric extension, agric economics, we can partner with them for the sake of the rural farmers, for the sake of even the high caliber farmers, because we are having them now. People are going into commercial agriculture. And so, without taking much of our time, I want to welcome us to this workshop. And as I've pleaded, please take this appeal very seriously. We're looking up to you to come up with solutions that will enhance agricultural productivity, despite the climate change challenges that we're going through all over the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you the best in this workshop.
Okay. Please, let's put our hands together for our Vice Chancellor of FUNAB one more time. So while the Vice Chancellor of FUNAB was on, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences joined us, Professor Christopher Eze. So we are going to take his opening remark briefly.
Good morning, the Vice Chancellor and members of the team. It's my pleasure to welcome all of us to this workshop. I believe, just like the Vice Chancellor of FUNAB said, that this research outcome will benefit not only the farmers, but also the consumers of the farm products. I believe working together as a team from the different universities, we will achieve success to the glory of God. You've already started in a good footing by the production of your bulletin, which is being circulated. I believe it will reach all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria, not only the 3 states that are currently involved. With time, I believe this study will expand further to other states in the country and West Africa, that these are our poor farmers who are in remote communities. We have a sign of good living. We have returns for their products, returns for their sufferings. This is our hope and belief that digital solutions that is being projected will be real in terms of products, in terms of food security, in terms of all that is good, that will yield a better life for our farmers. This is our prayer. I wish all the participants the best as they discuss the outcome of this study. Thank you very much, and you're all welcome. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for the Vice Chancellor of UAS. Thank you so much, Professor Eze, for that opening remark. So please, very quickly, before we go on with the program, we are going to step downstairs to take a group photograph with our Vice Chancellor, and then we'll move back up to continue the program.
apologize to them that we'll be back.
Okay, sorry, our line audience will be back in a few minutes. We want to take a group photograph right away. Thank you. So much. Welcome back also to our online audience, where we will go to the next thing in the program right away. So we want to have the speech All right, thank you. Please let's have our seat. So we'll be taking the session by the EU delegation. So we will be spotlighting Mr. Godfrey to take his opening remark. Mr. Godfrey, please, you can unmute to take your opening remark.
All right, good morning. Can you hear me? Hello?
I think we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished colleagues. I'm standing in for my colleague, Dr. Sabri Mekawi. But we're here this morning to read to you a goodwill message from our head of session, Inga Stefanovic, and it reads like this. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Olusola Babatunde Kende, the Vice Chancellor of FUNAP, the Vice Chancellor of UAS, Professor Christopher Eze. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. It is my pleasure to give opening remarks in this workshop organized as part of activities implementing the project, promoting digital solutions for farmers in remote communities to adapt to climate change, funded by the European Union. Nigeria as a country represents Africa's biggest market, with a dynamic private sector economy, rich natural resources, with a young population, as well as an active civil society engaged in all fields of life. At the same time, however, many farmers in remote and isolated locations in Nigeria are affected by deficient education, limited extension services, climate change, and insufficient access to information. Slow technological innovation and access to technology, especially amongst women farmers, exacerbates the situation for farmers in remote communities, making them more vulnerable to the climate change effect. The isolation of remote farming communities also leads to a high degree of fragmentation, which impacts negatively on farm activities and livelihood options. The EU delegation is pleased to collaborate with all DigiSol partners in this project to promote innovative, replicable, and scalable digital solutions to facilitate training and investment in sustainable agricultural practices and alternative livelihood, which addresses economic, social, and environmental challenges of rural farmers. Through this project, the European Union, will facilitate collaboration between local CSOs and policymakers to reform regulations and to extend digital infrastructure and digital solutions to farmers in remote locations. Farmers in remote locations with limited access to credit facility will also be supported to access innovative financial products. Focusing on social and environmental objectives, the activities will promote gender empowerment and job creation for young men and women in remote rural communities. The European Union delegation supports the DigiSol program. So the European Union support to the DigiSol program will also contribute to developing the capacities of local universities in the area of research in agriculture and building resilience of farmers and local communities against climate change. This is in line with the European Union's Green Growth Agenda and also complements the European Union's Horizon Europe research program, in which Nigerian universities are eligible to participate directly. I want to use this opportunity to thank all partners of the DigiSol project for their strong commitment and smooth project implementation so far. I wish you successful deliberation in the remaining parts of today's event, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Please let's put hands together for Mr. Godfrey from the European Union delegation, Nigeria. Thank you so much for that speech. So he shared a lot on the impact and the role that EU is playing in Nigeria. All right, very quickly, we will be spotlighting Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris Adinayo to take his opening remark to share about the project with us. Please spotlight Mr. Chris. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. His Excellency the Vice Chancellor of FUNAB. His Excellency the Vice Chancellor of UAES, as well as His Excellency the Vice Chancellor of Al Hikma, Professor Yusuf Noah. Thank you very much. For all your effort in the smooth implementation of the DigiSol project so far, which intends to look at options using digital solutions to enhance the capacity and growth of our rural farmers, especially given the challenges they are facing in relation to climate change, which is impacting a lot of farmers negatively. We are looking at, the project is looking at enhancing the role of research, especially the universities, and coming up with options in terms of the agricultural products that we can produce to be able to build the resilience of farmers to climate change. Not only that, and also to be able to ensure that our food security, our food chain is very secured in this very challenging environment that we have. At the same time, to make sure that wherever our farmers, are impacted negatively by these external factors, at least they will have a fallback position in terms of alternative livelihood. What then are they going to rely on to sustain their income, their livelihood, to ensure that the school fees are paid for the children, to ensure that health bills can be paid, to ensure that the community itself continues to operate, successfully. So these are some of the issues that we will, we are looking at, and we are very grateful once again to the European Commission for the support that they have given to ensure that we come out with some very good solutions, digital solutions. That's why we have the IT experts from other universities. We don't want to leave all the solutions to just the private sector. Yes, the private sector helps, but we have good assets within the universities which we can fall back and rely on for them to come up with very, very good solutions and applications, working in collaboration with local authorities, in collaboration with farmers, in collaboration with the private sector, to make sure that these solutions, coming from the academic community, can at least, contribute to mitigate the effects of climate change on our farming community. So these 2 days, we will have discussions on some of the research that we are taking from the various jurisdictions. We will hear specifically, especially, the feedback from the experts at FUNAB, and see how we can learn from the experts and apply some of those practices within within Imo states as well as Para states, and ultimately across the country. So thank you all very much. We thank FUNAB for hosting this particular meeting. We will take advantage of the wonderful stuff that they have to offer us, coming from all over the place, to Ogun State, to enjoy the hospitality of our host at FUNAB. So once again, thank you very much, and I will look forward to the next couple of days fruitful deliberations. I don't know whether Professor Vice Chancellor Eze is still around to maybe make 1 or 2 contributions to what I've said, unless if his initial statement is okay. But thank you very much, and I hand over again back to MC for the continuation of the deliberation. Thank you.
All right, let's put hands together for Mr. Hadinayo. Thank you so much. I think while you were speaking, the Vice Chancellor UAES unmuted. I want to be sure if he wants to make a contribution like you mentioned.
Yeah, the project leader, Chris, thank you for your comments. I believe with the cooperation of every member of the team from the 3 universities and the cooperation of the stakeholders involved, EU in particular, we will go a long way in achieving success in this project. We believe that our target is changing the livelihood of the remote farmers, from where most of us come from. We believe that at the end of this study, the product will be manifest in the lives and livelihood of the farmers, and particularly the rural communities where these farmers operate from. And going forward, the urban areas, the suburban areas in these states and Nigeria at large will benefit. I thank the EU, I thank everyone that is involved. I believe that the outcome of this study and the outcome of today's and tomorrow's deliberations will go a long way in opening new vistas for research and collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Let's put hands together for the Vice Chancellor for that comment. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chris Hadinayo. Thank you, Professor Eze. All right, while the session was going on, we had some important people who joined us. Please, I want us to welcome Professor Mrs. M. Dipelu. She joined us during the session. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. Also, we had Mr. Chinedum Anowuru from UAES. Please, can you signify, sir? You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. We also had Ms. Karim or Mrs. Karim Idayat from Amrek Funab. Mrs. Karim Idayat. Please, let's put hands together for her. Thank you so much. Also, we have someone join us from Rock City FM. I think it should be Mr. or Mrs. Yemi Eniola. Where are you, sir? Okay, you're welcome, sir. That's Mr. Yemi Eniola. Also, we have someone joining from Odeda Room Shewe Oduasheun. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining. We are hopeful you'll have an amazing time in this workshop. Also, finally, on the list I have here, we also have Mrs. Owoyele Raimov from Yewa North. You're welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, going on to the program, it's possible many people will want to get what's the overview about the project, what's it about promoting digital solutions for farmers in remote communities to adapt to climate changes, and we want to receive an overview, know what the project is about, and why this workshop. And it's a great privilege to welcome Professor Prince Emeyonu as he gives us the overview. Let's put hands together for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I stand on the existing protocol while appreciating those who have spoken. The same thing, I also appreciate those who are here to speak and the participants. You are all welcome. I'd like to give 5 to 10 minutes to talk about this. We'll try to make it in good time. Yes, overview of the project. From the title, promoting digital solutions for farmers in remote communities to adapt to climate change. Climate change, for me, is appearing to become a pandemic. It has gone beyond being an endemic situation. It has come and is a problem. But it is such that we can't run away from it. All we need to do is to see how we can adapt. Whether it is there, it is there. We feel it comes in several manifestations, different ramifications. It affects us individually. The effects also affect us collectively. But the thrust of this work is for the farmers that live in the rural and remote communities. For the effect, they feel it in several ways. Just like we feel it because they are not restricted from us in the same environment where all of us live. But it also appears that their own situation is peculiar by way of where they reside. That is, they may not be aware of some of the things that we could do to adapt to the change if living as those who live in the city or in the urban areas. And they may also, because they are not aware, they will also not be applying those things that will make them to manage it to a reasonable extent. The farmers themselves have indigenous knowledge. If it is about whether they feel it, they feel it. It's about whether they have the impact, they have it. But the point is, they may have been applying their own solutions to it in their own way. But this project has come to look at those farmers. How have they been dealing with the climate changes and effects? How can digital solutions help the farmers to ameliorate, to adapt to those changes in climate change? How can the government be the government being the enablers of every technology that is going to be developed, how can they, in terms of infrastructural deficit, which we see in the cities, which we see in the rural communities, I would like us to look at this overview from just 3 different perspectives: the farmers, the government, the IT experts and the finance experts, and then other stakeholders. From the farmers' point of view, they have problems, they have challenges, they have these climate change problems, losses that they have incurred as a result of climate change, and those losses, because they have those losses, that is when they begin to find out what we can now do in the next farming season to ameliorate, to make sure that impact is bridged. Why is it so? It is so because they may not have known that something could be done to wage that particular problem before it happens. In other words, to make them become proactive and not reactive to climate change issues. Yes, they may be involved in some sort of activities or the other that should help them to also cushion the effect. If there is a loss that appears to be colossal, they could fall back on something to now deal with. But in situations where what they gain, like we're going to find out from the results, that what they earn from those alternative livelihoods appear to be shorter than what they earn from farming, and so they would wish to continue their farming activities. What happens? How can we help? It is from those problems which the farmers have, which we have been able to see. Some problem has, do they have information in terms of when to plant, when the intensity of rainfall is so high? Do they have information? Don't plant these particular crops, these particular activities, don't indulge in them. If you plant, it will get decayed. For instance, if it is cassava, if you plant this crop, you will not get harvest. If they harvest and they gather, do they have an information that their product will be aggregated at a particular point, and marketers will come and take from there without them trying to find difficulties, rushing down to the market, and also incurring losses on the way? Remember, they are in the rural areas. The roads are bad. A lot of infrastructural deficits. How can we come in such instances to help? If they want finances, what kind of financial packages could they now lay their hands on? Remember, it is not, in fact, insurance is near zero in the rural communities. So, that is even nothing to fall back on to say, oh, I'm going to get the support from the insurance agencies. Because it is near zero in rural communities, and that party to insurance policies. So what do? In terms of the government, now, yes, they are interested. They have seen the technologies that could be provided for them, yes. But how? Is it something that when they adopt it, is something that can also be sustained? Which means we also have to have a review. How are these farmers? What are their socio-economic characteristics? What are their features? What have they obtained? What did they produce? If you deploy a technology and somebody can use it for a particular time and it's not sustained, then it doesn't make any sense. You use, adopt, and drop. This so has to be sustained. And these are the things that the persons from the ICT, that is why this project shows that they have several components, but the finance, the IT, who will now develop, following the problems from the farmers, which will be able to gather from the field works. The ICT experts will now look at these problems affecting the farmers. Yes, I can develop something so the farmer doesn't need to transverse the look and credits of his village right down to the city to sell his products. He can stay in his house and get information on where to sell. Marketing becomes easy. Yes, he can stay there and get information that the temperature of rain is too much, so he doesn't plant as to lose his crops. Yes, the farmer can stay wherever he is and get access to information in terms of disease outbreak and how he could manage them. And a whole lot of things that the farmers can gain by way of digital technology, so as they can enhance their livelihood, and then life becomes more bearable for them. Now, in the part of the government, like I did say, no matter the type of technology you develop, the enablers at the government, they could be at the federal level, the state level, and then at the local authorities, and some other stakeholders who could help in advocacy, like the civil society organizations. These are people that also need to be reached, like we have been able to reach them in the course of the field work. So If technologies are developed and the enablers are there, it could be in terms of infrastructure, because rural communities are already suffering infrastructural deficit in the cities. So you can imagine what the situation will be in rural communities. So if there are such deficits, now what do we do? And we need to provide them with some digital technology that can help them where they live. It means we have to do something that will solve that is adaptable to the situation wherein they live, isn't it? Because if you do what is obtainable in the cities and apply it to somebody that lives in the rural areas where he finds it difficult to do what exactly you want him to do, then it becomes a problem. It becomes exciting utility. And these are part of the things we'll be able to take into consideration to get what the problems are. It is moving from the bottom to the top. And so in policy design, government will now see, oh, we are part of the signatories. We are signatory to the universal access policy. Access to telecoms, access to information. Nigeria is a signatory. Then how do we? The government needs to be sensitized, they need to catalyze. And that is why I said, if we look at this issue from those two fronts, we'll be able to do it. Then for the other stakeholders, like, for instance, the NGOs, those ones can also catalyze the capacity development, support in several areas. The traditional rulers, the youth leaders, they could be there to sensitize their people. Oh, this is why we have stakeholders. This project is for you. It's not designed for you to, not designed without your input. It is a project that is designed with your own input. That's why the project has been able to follow this process to be sure that at the end of it all, both the farmers and all stakeholders that are involved in the promotion of this project will be glad we did. And particularly, those who have provided technical support and the funders will also be glad that the funds they provided was put into very, very adequate use. Thank you very much.
Please let the applause be louder. Thank you so much, sir. That was so much details, and I know that has prepared your mind for what will be said and what will be shared in the workshop today. All right, so very quickly we want to take comments or questions if you have from what has been shared, from what you have heard, or probably you want to get clarification on one thing or the others. Please can you just signify or make the mic available, maybe comments from what has been said so far. All right, sir.
Can I just ask a question? The process.
Yes, please.
You know, the focus is on rural farmers. Rural farmers in remote villages. And we know that the literacy level is very high. In other words, most of them are not educated. I don't know whether this is factored in this research project. Thank you very much.
Yeah, your question is up. You see, I just had a few minutes to give an overview. I'm very, very sure that by the time we begin to look at the findings, the results, you will see that they were actually taken into account. It's not just at the educational level. We also looked at the basic socioeconomic characteristics, look at the education, look at the household size, you look at the age, because those are very critical issues. Because you don't develop a technology and give to somebody who is old. Adaptation, adoption of technology becomes difficult. So we also consider that into consideration. And those are the things that those professionals in our midst will now use in now developing something that will now suit their particular environment. Thank you. Have I answered your question? Thank you.
All right, so any other questions or comments, either from partner institutions or participants, general participants? All right, sir.
Yeah. Tajiri Ajana again, the project manager from Mali. I specifically want to raise this question with my country coordinator, Professor Oyedepo. When we're talking of digital solution, internet is very key in this issue. The number of these rural communities, remote communities, do not even have such facilities. Some of them don't even have lights. I hope we are including this arrangement, with particularly the network operators. And in that case, it will amount to even need to install masks in some of these rural communities if they must benefit in recent, practically, in this project we are doing. Let us take note.
Alajala, while thanking you for the issue you raised, you are also part of this project.
That's why I'm raising that.
Now, if you heard me well, I talked about infrastructural deficit. And I did say that if you're in the city and we are complaining about the deficit, so you can imagine the level of complaint that we're going to see in the rural communities. I did say that. And I also said that if you see the universal access policy, for which Nigeria is the signatory, it is about providing you with those telecoms, that is providing telecommunications and IT to the remotest place. So if you are a signatory to that universal access right policy, which means it behoves of you as a government to provide for even your rural communities those particular facilities. Now, we understand the challenges and we don't run the government. We need to make the submission. That's why we started. If you remember, we started with the federal authorities. From the federal authorities, we came to the state authorities and then to the local government. Because we understand the essence of what the government should do in this essence. It is our belief and our hope that even after doing our bit, the government should also up her bidding. Thank you.
I thought I would get some round of applause. All right, so we have a comment for question and answer.
My name is Dr. Oji from UES. Actually, listened attentively to the project coordinator. And to me, he believed that the situation of things right now concerning the rural farmers in agri is a pandemic. And we know that when something takes the form of a pandemic, we need to adopt a very radical approach to bring it back to normality. Now, how do we do that? He said it. Technology is very key. Technology will assist us in reversing this ugly situation. But the questions that are going on here, do we have the infrastructure? Do we have it on ground? Telecom, what is happening there? Finance area, what is happening? The farmers, are they getting enough to help them build resilience, help them improve their market connections? Do we have these things? And I will say that to a great extent, these things are missing, they are not there. But I know that the essence of this workshop, beyond the validation we're talking about, is also to bring ideas. How can we help in bringing things that have an issue are not there? How do we bring them to be? How can we get ideas that can help the government of the day to help the rural farmers? We have the ideas, but we cannot go out to implement it. We need the government buy-in into it. And that's also what we're doing here, giving the government of the day, telling them what is happening out there, how they need to go about this. So I think this workshop will go a long way in bringing information. But I also pray that the extent of the use of this information will be positive, because let it not be like other workshops. You come together, you turn ideas, and they are thrown out of the windows. I just hope that this workshop will not be a kind of that workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, can we put hands together for that comment? Do we still have comments? I want to know, maybe we can take one more.
Dr. G, I thank you for your observation and your comments. But I think it's also important that we note that We may have attended several workshops, several seminars, several trainings. Even when we were even interacting with the farmers, there was also this problem. I hope it's not going to end the same way things are ending with us. And if you were in the field, such questions must have come to you. But the point is this: you will realize that you see, if you get your foundation right, your output is going to be quite different from what it used to be in times past. What am I trying to say? Oftentimes, we have always sat in our rooms, in our hostels, in our closets, and we see the policy that is being dished out by government from there. The makers will decide and they say this is what they're going to do. For instance, I give an instance with what the Anchor Borrower Scheme and a lot of programs the government has come up with. There will never be a time one size would fit all. And that happens when you design the program without the stakeholders. When I was talking, I talked about doing something from bottom to top and not from top to bottom. And if you do it from top to bottom, what happens? It nosedives. We have given it, we have already prepared the foundation for it to nosedive from the beginning. And if you see how we started, we started with the people. I'm talking about the real field work now, is the people finding out what their needs are. It is from what they have said. I hope that all of us will follow the link and watch some of the videos and interactions we had during the field work. Some of these questions were asked, and we also answered them. Some of them may have been answered in native language because so the farmers will understand exactly what we're saying. But they are there. We always get an interpreter. There are software that interpret all languages now. So whichever one you want to interpret for you. So the point I'm making is this: that the design is not faulty. It is in order. And so if your foundation is not faulty, your building is more likely to last longer than those that built on sinking sand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's put hands together for. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. All right, so very quickly we will be proceeding for our tea break, and this is the order. We would allow our professors on the high table to go first. Okay, Professor Diko, listen, we can. All right, sir. So, from the permission of Professor Diko, he said our guests should go first. So you can proceed to the tea break section outside. You can just rise up, go to the tea break section outside, and then you can help yourself. Thank you so much, sirs. And we will be returning back in the next 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, sirs, now you can rise and just proceed to the section outside.
One to sell, and it will also help you calculate your profit margin. So it's not just normal inventory keeping software. It's actually designed for poultry farmers. For most poultry farmers that we talked on the field, most of them will go like, I hate accounting. I have to start calculating. I have to start doing this. But our software will help you do all that. It will help you, it can even detect some diseases if you impute the symptom. It will tell you, okay, this is what is happening right now. It's either you consult your veterinary or you administer this treatment. That's for the software. Then we have an hardware called FarmSpeak Smart Benki. It's poultry farmers' environmental monitoring device. What this device does is to capture the parameters in your pen. That is your temperature, your air quality, relative humidity, then the water level. And then the interesting thing is, with pen keep installed in your pen, you can monitor your pen remotely. You don't even need to be there to do some changes. For instance, if during cold weather, we know that cold stress is a big challenge for most farmers. The birds get to eat more, but lay less. right? With our pen key now, you don't even need to be there. Let's say you're somewhere in Ikeja and your pen is in Owode. It will automatically notify you when the temperature drops. Like, okay, this is what is happening in your pen now. This is risky, right? Then it will give you the recommendation. This is the exact temperature your pen needs to be running at. Then the sweet thing about it is you don't need to go there to start putting on your heater or anything. Right from your smartphone, if you have heater, we have an add-on where your heater is connected to. From your phone, you can actually trigger it. It will come on. Then once it gets to that exact temperature that our pen kit recommend, it will chip off. Now, then there's this sensor connected to your water source. If the water level drops, it will notify you. So from your phone, you can put on your pumping machine. It will get to the level it's supposed to get to come off. So if your pen gets too cold or too hot and you want to cool it down, the same process. That's what our pen kit does. And then we have a camera that monitors everything in your pen. And it's a two-way thing. So in case of theft, that one is sorted. The camera, once it's installed from your phone or your tablet or your laptop, you can monitor everything happening in your pen. And you can actually talk. Like, I see you, what are you doing there? So we know that the three major challenges, that's what we're trying to solve. The accounting thing, because banks these days don't want to give out loans to poultry farmers, and one of the reasons is they tell you they don't have proper records. So with our FS manager, you can be rest assured that that one is sorted. Then the pen key, it will help to mitigate the adverse effect of climate change. Then for theft, we have the security camera. So basically, that is what we have now at FarmSpeak. And can I say something else? Yes, and it's very, very affordable. Very affordable. We have to discuss that. Thank you very much.
My contact. That's outside there. Just to say that when I gave letter to the Bureau of ICT in the state, they passed my letter to FarmSpeak. That's why I invited them here. So it's like representing both FarmSpeak and the Bureau of ICT in the state, and they are doing something on livestock. And I'm sure that Dr. Oji and the rest will find time to talk to him too, perhaps. There's a young girl here, a young lady here, Mrs. Ogunsheye. Yes, just come and talk to us on that thing you want to study. You told me you are doing something, I don't know what to call it, at the seminar.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma. I was planning on the existing protocol. My name is Okeche Elizabeth Okoyemi. I'm a grade student in the Department of Agricultural and AEFM here in FUNAB, and I also work with the State Agricultural Development Program at the headquarters. So the thing I want to consider for my project is the impact of Akilimo on production efficiency of cassava farmers. And what is Akilimo? Akilimo is a digital advisory tool. It is basically for cassava farmers. It's supposed to guide them in making decisions, when to plant, when to weed, quantity of fertilizers to apply, when to apply it. It will take details of individual farmers based on their location and provide solution based on, as there is an interactive platform. You can get the app on Google Play. You can also use web if you don't want to download. You can access the app through the website, and then they have the paper-based. And for the paper-based, you have to use it in conjunction with the extension agent, especially for farmers that are not literate. Then we have to work with the extension agent to pull them through that. Okay, this is what you have to do. This is to ensure that farmers make appropriate decisions at time. Yes, a lot of things happen. A lot of farmers they don't make use of fertilizer. So if you tell them you have to apply this, then the quantity so that they will not just say, because they advise me to use fertilizer, let me use 10 bags of fertilizer so that I can have bountiful harvest. No, it does not work like that. It will also take, okay, you are using an hectare. For an hectare, you must not use more than 4 bags of this, so that this also is linked with the climate, because whatsoever goes into the soil will go into the food we are going to eat, and it will also affect the climate with all the erosion and leaching and everything. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I guess we also have our representative from Yewa local government, and we also want you to come and share with us what you're doing. Okay, all right, thank you so much. So let's move on to the next in the agenda, and I'll be handing over to Professor Victor Olu, who will be the chairman of this session. Let's put our hands together for him.
I hope your hands will not start paining you when you keep on. All right, we're going to knowledge sharing session. May I invite Dr. Ajala, from Alkima to the high table, or the service table. Dr. E.T. Baronju, please join Professor Emeoni on this table. We're going into the findings of each of the states, so please come. While we're eating our tea and break, some other people came in. I saw Professor Mrs. Ayo Jones, she's director of the Center for Forensic Studies in FUNAB. You're welcome, ma'am. I saw the man in blue. May we know you, sir? What do you do now? Okay, car government, which one? Ojokolu, yes. That's good. We're happy you are here. We're going to be needing you to talk to us. You will stay till tomorrow, won't you? We'll give you a place to stay. Thank you very much. And the woman from the white too, I'll give you a place to stay too. God bless you. The lady behind you, let me know you, ma'am. Good, welcome. God bless you. Who else came in when we were eating our tea and coffee? Anybody else who has not introduced himself or herself? I can see Toby there. Toby is never a student from my department. She wants to be like me one day, you will be like me one day. Right? The rapporteur is Dr. Eso Oladiji. Please come to this side. They're going to be rapporteur for us. We're going to be going to, at the beginning of this study, we did a baseline study in Ogun State, well, in Imo State, because Imo State did partner, Imo State, Ilorin, Kwara State, and Ogun State. So we're going to go into a session now where they will tell you in summary what they found out from the field. I hope they have passed their presentations to the ICT or the ICT. Have they done that? Good. Professor, sorry, Doctor, will be a prof one day, you work. You need this. You need to share the screen. Why is Dr. Wadidi? Able to rapporteur from there? Put some place. Am I on now? I want us to pay attention to what they will say, because after they finish speaking, we shall have comments, questions, and discussions. Note that Mr. Isilio is here because you are in the area of vocational technical education. Yes. And the director of SENS is here because he's also in entrepreneurship studies. And they're talking of alternative livelihoods for farmers, so she wants to also be part of this. Of course, I have asked my colleague here, Professor Olaoye, doesn't let me call him colleague. But I thought we are colleagues. To help us get a few farmers, we can get them to come. We would love them to be here. But the local government officials are here. They can also act as the mouthpiece of the farmers and the problems that they have. We also have somebody from Do Farms. He's a farmer. He's a technical supervisor on Do Farms. So God bless you, real good. All right, we're going to start off from Dr. E.T. Toronju, who is part of the FUNAP team that went to the field to present findings from the field. You don't want the whole story, just give us the key findings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being here, and you're welcome to this special occasion. And like we know, we are all here to learn and share knowledge about promoting digital solutions to rural farmers in our rural community and how they can adapt to climate change in Ogun State. So I'll be presenting for FUNAP, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Ogun State, Nigeria. And this project came to be as we know that technology is advancing day by day, and it's not only meant for the elites and the academics and just those that know how to read. Now we have to replicate them into those who are non-literate and our farmers who are the food producers that we consume every day. So digital solution, what is digital solution? Like we know, digital solution is a computerized method of way of doing things and getting things done in a faster method, and at the same time helping to solve some problems. The overview of this study. What is the overview of the study? The study was supported by the European Commission and in collaboration with 3 universities, the University of Agriculture, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, University of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Umago, and Alikma University in Ilorin. And we were to implement the project titled Promoting Digital Solutions for Farmers in Remote Communities to Adapt to Climate Change. The objectives of this study, what are they? We have 6 direct objectives that were measured, and like you can see, the first was to characterize the digital financial solutions that are available to the farmers in the country, in Ogun State now. To examine the farmers in remote communities, what is their knowledge and the building of resilience against climate change, to analyze the capacities of the farmers through digital training and to apply this to climate smart agricultural practices, to examine the capabilities of the local authorities to facilitate digital financial solutions and digital solutions as a whole, as well as to analyze how the national regulatory policies and framework can help to the farmers, and lastly to stimulate policies that can help in building innovative agricultural curriculum and review an innovative financing model. The study area, as we know, for us here was Ogun State, and in Ogun State we used 3 senatorial districts, choosing a local government from each senatorial district. From Ogun West senatorial district, Yewa North local government was selected. From Ogun Central, Odeda local government was selected, and from Ogun East, Odogolu local government area was selected. Data was collected with the use of the COBOL 2R, whereby primary data was elicited from the sampled respondents, and the target respondents were the rural cassava farmers we had small ruminant farmers, we had the CBOs, the local government authorities, we have our MDAs, that's the ministries, departments, and agencies, we had community leaders, community development associations, and so on. And the data that was collected was analyzed using both qualitative and quantitative analysis. Now the key findings of our research for Ogun State. We have already said before that we had 3 local government areas that we used, and as Odeda, Odogwu, and Yewa. And the socio-economic characteristics of the respondents that were used. Briefly, we had females comprising most of our respondents at 57%, and were of the ages of between 36 and 60 years of age. While we have most of them haven't had just primary school education. That is to tell us that our educational system is a bit faulty in the rural areas. Well, we have a bit of them going through secondary school, though they did not complete even the senior secondary school. Now let us talk about the farm source. How did they get their land? Most of them cultivated their farm activities on leased lands. They do not own the land. If they have to cultivate that hectares of land, they have to go rent the land and they have to pay for it. Asking them the question if their farm income was able to sustain them all year round, the answer was no. And like we know, farm income cannot sustain our rural farmers in the rural communities in Ogun State. Hence, they have to engage in other livelihood activities. And some of the non-farm activities they were engaged in were trading, artisanship, craftsmanship, transportation, social services, and others. Now, looking at the spread of agricultural activities engaged in by the selected farmers in Ogun State in the study area, majority of them were arable crop farmers into cassava farming. We had a little bit of them into processing, some were into livestock production, and as little as into forest produce collection and sales, just to make ends meet. Talking about the income across the agricultural practices and activities involved in by the respondents, we find out that majority of them earn between 100,000 and 200,000 in a year, and that is coming from crop farming. Crop farming had I won't say most, but at least more of their income that they are engaged in, and that tells us that they are still living below the economic livelihood sustenance for them, because they won't have large family sizes. Now, looking at the alternative sources of income that these farmers are interested in, majority of them want fish farming. Fish farming. So we have realized this and we have penned this down, while others have various diverse things. Some want mushroom farming, some want beekeeping, some want snailry, some want rabbitry, grass crop farming, and so on and so forth. So we have identified that because the rural farmers are interested in other sources of livelihood, as a result of this, we have engaged them to make sure that, yes, if you are ready for it, then be prepared for it because it is coming. That is what this project is all about, to alleviate their poverty status and to improve their livelihood. Now, going to the objective of the farmers' awareness about climate change and digital solutions. What are the digital devices available to the farmers in the rural area? The majority of them had mobile phones. Their mobile phone was the major source of digital devices. And the telecommunication service provider in the rural area was MTN. MTN was the telecommunication service providers in the rural area. Well, we have a little bit of them having Glo, Airtel, and a little of Etisalat. Now, what is their distribution pertaining to the awareness and perception of climate change? Majority of them are aware that truly climate change exists. But what is their perception to climate change? 75% of the farmers say reduced period of rainfall is what they define as climate change. Some of them, like 63% of them, said increased daytime temperature is what they define as climate change. Drought is what 53% of them define as climate change. Increase in flooding, reduced daylight time are their perception to what their definition of climate change is all about. and asking and probing further if they have had incidences of losses due to climate change. 88% of them confirmed that yes, truly, they have had incidents of losses because of climate change. What are these incidences of losses that they have? They have reduction in crop yield by 78% of them, which shows that this really affected their livelihood and their income as a whole. They had damage to their growing crops because of climate change. Because at a particular point in time when they expect the rain to fall, and the rain did not fall, it was a heavy loss on them. And so other losses, they had to reduce their livestock output because they could not just cope with the heat that was affecting them. What are these climate smart agricultural practices that the rural farmers are involved in? We had to ask from them. They said they are into the planting of early maturing variety of cassava seeds, early maturing variety of cassava stems, so as to harvest early. Some practice crop rotation, while others have to even harvest early before it's the due date for the seed, so their crop, so as not to lose totally their farm output. While others are into mulching, some are into agroforestry practices, and some even alternate the wet and dry rice farming irrigation periods. What are the constraints that these farmers face when we talk about you engaging or adopting the climate smart agricultural practices? Ranking first was lack of awareness about the climate smart agricultural practices. Some of them are even practicing it without knowing that is what they are really doing. So this calls for intense dissemination and sensitization and awareness for the rural farmers of what they can really do to put climate change abated, and so they can also have improved outputs. Ranking second was the low dissemination of information on CSAS. Some of them said they have heard about it, but others have not. So they believe if others should hear too, it will always help, and farmers know how best to always interpret what they have, and they can always tell themselves what to do at any particular point in time. Now, asking for further, if they are aware of digital solutions, yes, some of them are aware. But okay, now why are you not adopting any form of digital solution? The first one was lack of digital literacy. They don't have any education about what digital solutions is all about. And ranking second was lack of digital device. They do not have the smartphones that can help them in order to be able to read, for example, the weather forecast that is on phones. They don't even have the smartphone that they will use immediately. So they have to believe and listen either to the radio or to the television or go by hearsay from other farmers in order to know what to do per time. Now, going to digital financial services. What are the digital financial services accessible by the rural farmers in Ogun State? Ranking first is the use of the commercial banks. We have a pocket of commercial banks in the state, so it's a kind of leverage that the rural farmers can always engage in. Now, asking further if they have ever gone or if they have ever had any digital financial training, 89% of them said no, they have not had any digital financial service training. Asking further, what are the purposes or what are the specific uses of these digital financial services that the farmers are involved in? Ranking first is making and receiving payments. They know how to do that. Some of them, even if not all of them, then they can always save money and they can use their digital service in order to communicate with friends and exchange information. And we have about 48% of them using their digital financial solutions in order to access market information. Now, looking at the digital financial services that the farmers can operate themselves, they can use the ATM, they know how to make use of the POS, they can read messages from their small phones using the USSD, they can use the mobile banking apps for those of them that have the Android or the smartphone, just a little of them. Now, who are the providers of these digital financial services in the rural communities in Ogun State? Ranking first again is the commercial banks, because they can always go to the bank to perform whatever activity they want to perform in the bank. And ranking second was the use of the OPay digital service. They are very well acquainted with the use of the OPay digital service. What are the channels by which the rural farmers access their mobile financial services? Because majority of them normally use the mobile banking service. So what are these mobile financial services that they normally use? They have to use the USSD, they use the POS, they use their SMS. That is the channels through which they can access information on any mobile financial service. Now, looking at the average cost of digital financial services engaged in by the rural farmers, we find out that majority of them, about 93% of them, always have access to instant loan. Because using instant loan, you can use either your smartphone or the smartphone. So they can always make use of their smartphones or their smartphone to access instant loans that they really want to use, either in making payments or in making transfer to other people at the end of the day. Now, looking at digital literacy training and the digital literacy skills of the rural farmers, asking if they are digitally literate, 38% of them said yes, they are digitally literate, while 60% of them said no. And asking if they have had any digital literacy training before, 94% of them said no, they have not had any form of digital literacy training, while 83% of them are willing to receive digital literacy training. That tells us that even as researchers, we have to take digital literacy back to our rural farmers. And looking at the quantity of time and resources they are willing to invest in digital literacy training, 28% of them were willing to invest 50% of their time and resources in having digital literacy skills. And they are also willing to apply for grants, if available, in order to have digital literacy training. What are these digital literacy training of interest for the rural farmers in Ogun State? Ranking first is internet banking. Money matters. Internet banking. So they want to know how to access the internet, how to access digital financial services through the internet. The second one is mobile financial services. Then you have social media marketing and online financial management. Because social media marketing is really, really important to them. They also want to be able to sell their produce at the end of the day online, just like every other person is doing. Now, what are the research findings when it comes to the capabilities of our local authorities to facilitate the digital financial solutions in order to promote investment in small-scale, sustainable agriculture and green projects? The sample of local authorities that were interviewed in Ogun State are as displayed. We have the local government officers, we have the agricultural service departments, the cooperative farmers group, the traditional leaders, civil societies, and also the financial institutions. I'm looking at the distribution of the local government, local authorities, and asking and probing for that, what is their perception about climate change, and if they have ever had trainings on climate change. If they have ever had trainings on climate change, you have about 78% of them saying yes, they have had trainings on climate change. Then, what are the types of trainings on climate change that they have had? The most, like 68% of them said all they have had is good agronomic practices, while some have had, 45% of them have had diversification, how to diversify the use of your crops. And we have as low as 15% knowing the use of green crops in climate change mitigation. Asking further if they are willing or if they have received any form of digital solution training. 59% of them said no on the local authorities. And asking if they are willing to receive digital solution training. All of the local authorities interviewed were willing. 100% of them were willing. Now, what are the trainings that they need after asking? They want digital financial solution training. They want digital marketing and agro-based information in order to enhance production. They want digital advisory services so as to help their farmers that they are interfacing with, as well as how to do e-farming and how to read the weather forecast. These are the digital solutions that some of the local authorities provided as the trainings that they want. Those that were previously trained, these are some of the trainers that they had before. They had the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, they had the GIZ, they had IITA, the Federal Government of Nigeria, they had WAVE, and Ogadeb and FUNAB as part of their previous trainers for those that were trained. Now, the digital solutions that are available to the local authorities, we have the mobile banking apps. That is what they know mostly as the digital solutions available to them. They can use the mobile banking app. Everyone involved in the local authority there knows how to use the mobile banking apps because they all have smartphones. Now, the distribution of the existing digital infrastructures available for use by the local authorities. The first ranking there is the mobile telecommunication, because the mobile telecommunication services is the one that they normally use, that they all use, which everyone, both the local authorities and the farmers, rest on in order to access the internet and in order to disseminate information digitally. So they know that there is the mobile telecommunication services, and some of them have the internet backbone, while we have as little as just 7.4% having the AIPs. So they know how to do that. Now, the responses to farmers' adoption and the use of digital solutions in the rural areas from the local authorities, they said they know that digital solutions can help farmers in the rural communities improve their farming skills and farming tips. They also know that digital solutions, if they have access to it and use it, then they can have better value chain, they can have better price information, it can help them advance farm planning as well as offer financial services to the rural farmers. The barriers to adopting these digital solutions by the local authorities in Ogun State, the first ranking there is inadequate infrastructure, followed by lack of financial literacy and lack of digital literacy. So hence, these things have to be put in place in order for the local authorities to be able to adopt digital solutions and also spread it out to the rural farmers and the rural communities. Now, asking if they use digital solutions during the off-farm season. These are the digital solutions that they use during the off-farm season. And they use them, some of them use them as alternative sources of livelihood, while how they can also get other income aside the farming. Now, investigating on how the digital infrastructure can help to mitigate climate change. Ranking first there is that the local authorities use the digital infrastructure as a platform for farmers to share information, to share business ideas, and to have questions and also raise suggestions and access to quality products even of the farmers, as well as provide digital advisory services. These are the ways local authorities help the farmers in order to mitigate climate change, and as well as help them to get accurate weather conditions and disseminating such even to the farmers so they know what to do per season and per time. Now, awareness if there is any policy existing in Ogun State as against climate change. 70% of the local authorities say no, they are not aware of any local policy that is embedded in Ogun State policy against building resilience to climate change for the farmers. While those that are aware, 18% of them say they are aware of the drought and desertification policy, and 14% are aware of the National Biodiversity Strategy and the Action Plan, while just 11% are aware of the Erosion, Flood Control, and the Coastal Zone Management Policy. Now, having asked them if they are willing to support trainings and they are willing to receive trainings, 100% of them already registered their willingness in receiving digital trainings and receiving trainings from different sources. And in asking whether they have received trainings before, 33% said yes, they have received trainings before, while 62% said no, they have not received training. Among the trainings that we received before was training on GAP, that is Good Agricultural Practices, and Climate Change Field Day, that is the training they have had before. And some of them have received training on how to read the weather equipment, that is using the wind vane, the anemometer, and the wind vane in order to know the weather situation in their respective locations. Talking about the digital hub in Ogun State. Is there digital hub in Ogun State? Yes, there is digital hub in Ogun State. But 77% of the local authorities said they are not aware of digital hub in Ogun State, while 40% said yes, they are aware of digital hub in Ogun State that can provide digital literacy training. Now, talking about the competencies of the digital hub in Ogun State, been asking if the digital hub is able or is competent in providing technical skills in the field of digital solutions and ICT infrastructure. 51% answered that yes, they are somewhat competent. So they are competent in providing training. 51% also said they have the ability to collaborate with other partners and stakeholders, and as well as have the necessary equipment and software. So that is to tell us that Ogun State is at least doing a little bit to always extend the digital knowledge to its indigents and residents. In conclusion, from our research, we found out that the rural farmers are involved in other livelihood activities in order to make a living. They are aware of the incidence of climate change, and they have different perceptions and definitions of climate change. And majority of them want digital financial solutions. Majority of them want to learn about digital solutions. They want to learn about skills, other skills that can make them earn a living. And also, it is evident that majority of our farmers are not digitally literate, and so we need to engage them in doing that. As such, this study will therefore recommend that Ogun State needs to intensify the support for rural farmers to be trained in alternative sources of income, in digital literacy, in the climate-smart agricultural practice training and adoption, and so as to improve the livelihood status of the rural farmers. Likewise, there should be awareness, dissemination, and adoption of digital solutions in adapting to climate change, which are yet to reach the rural communities. Therefore, there is a need to strengthen the stakeholders to deliver these new technologies to the rural farmers in the rural community. Furthermore, there is a need for efficient internet-enabled infrastructure and facilities to be put in place in the rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please just note down your questions after they have all presented. We'll then ask the questions and we have a robust discussion. I'm going to call on Dr. Tajuddin Ajala to present next. He's from the Al-Hikmah University in Ilorin. It's a private-owned university. You will note from this study we have one federal university, one state university, and one federal and one private-owned university. Dr. Tajuddin is project manager, team leader at Al-Hikmah University. Over to you, sir.
While I stand on the existing protocol, I want to welcome all of us all for this workshop, as we can see how important this our gathering is. And it's all about promoting digital solutions for farmers and remote communities to adapt to climate change. This is one short report. Findings from Kwara State. This research work is very, very important, particularly if we want to better the lot of our rural communities. Strictly speaking, we are working with a stated objectives, and that actually guided all our activities. We, from there, went to training our enumerators who will actually collect the data from these rural areas, and thereafter we started doing the analysis of the data collected from these different rural communities. Strictly speaking, we visited 3 local governments in our state, namely Ifelodun, Moru, and Asa local government. Now, after our data are properly analyzed, of course, looking at the local government coverage, like I said, Muru, Ifelodun, as a local government, and we discovered that there are similar situations in these three local governments. And interestingly, the three local governments we have picked are real farming communities. And gender-wise, we discovered that we have about 44 females, 144 males. So giving us a percentage of 23.4% of the females involved in farming activities in each of these areas, and 76% making a total of 100. You see the distribution as indicated by that chart. Age distribution of respondents in these three local governments showed that we have about between 18 and 40%. Between 18 and 40 years old. We have about 53% of them there, and between 40 and 60%, that's 6.7, and above 60, we have 9%. Meaning that those who are actually engaged in farming activities there are between 40 and 60 years old. It's also designated by that pie chart indicated there. So, engineer, you know, please come for us. Something is wrong with your Okay. Now, their level of education, it is clearly shown from our research work with this local government that those with non-formal education are about 25%, people with primary education are 18%, secondary school 27%, those with tertiary education are just about 28%. And that can tell us the level of education of this rural community that we have visited. Marital status, those that are married are about 89.4%, those that are widow are 1.1%, and those that are single, just about 8.5%. Dominantly, most of the people in these three local governments are Muslims. About 87.8% are Muslims, while about 11.7% are Christian. So predominantly, it's a kind of Muslim environment. Their length of farming, that is the extent to which they have started farming, we discovered that people within 10 years are just about 19%, between 11 and 20 years, 26%, and between 21 and 30 years, 19%, and above 30 years, we have about 34%. Predominantly, people in that range, people that have worked for more than 30 years, have the highest involvement in farming in that area. Like I said, the areas we have visited, the three local governments are predominantly farming environments. The nature of farming of the area visited, the local government visited, majorly they practice crop farming, and very few of them are involved in animal husbandry. Crop farming there 79.3%, animal 12%, and others maybe fishery, some other aspects of agriculture, maybe agricultural marketing, people, particularly these intermediate men, people move agricultural products from one place to the other, have 27%. number of harvest per annum, we discovered that people who harvest once per year are the majority. So in other words, this program that we are anchoring is going to really have a lot of impact on rural community. If they are just having only one harvest, it means that after they do the harvest, spend the money of the harvest, they will have to wait again till another year. So very few of them. So about those who have one harvest, about 48%, people with two harvests, 17%, people with three harvests, 19.7%, and like that down the line. So now, what are the digital solutions available to this environment? We discovered that, strictly speaking, mobile app is the major digital solution that they know. Other type of digital solution are not all that frequently common. Then most of them also know about mobile banking, that is transferring of money from their application on their smartphone. Those are the ATM usage. These are the only available digital solution in this local environment that we have visited. Then ideas of digital solution. We observed that about 31% said they don't actually have sound understanding of digital solution, while 68% said they do. And basically, that is vis-a-vis the ATM, the use of POS, and the mobile app that they engage in subsequently. During the farming activities, basically, they are used to POS, ATM, and the USSD. That is, possibly in the course of the activities, you want to buy farm inputs, you want to employ people, and you want to pay. You use POS, you use ATM, and they use SSD. Now, the available digital solution used during the off-season is also similar to that of the on-season. And the POS, ATM, USSD, electronic banking are the major source of digital solution available to them in those environments that we have visited. Now, examining the farmers in remote communities' knowledge of building resilience against climate change through digital solutions, we can see that the ANOVA table showed clearly that we have about between the groups that have understanding of climate change and those that do not have, we discover that a number of them do not, while some do. About 6 of them, 6.2 of them, and while about 38 do not know, while others feel neutral about the understanding of what we call climate change. Now, the third objective is to analyze the capacity of farmers through digital training to apply to climate smart agricultural practices and promote investment in alternative livelihood to enhance household incomes. Like we have said, the basic understanding and what we actually want to achieve in this project is to see what do we do to bring about alternative livelihood, alternative income to our rural farmers in the remote area, since we know that the farming activities they do is not enough for them to sustain themselves throughout the year. And what actually can we do to assist them? So you will discover that people with intellectual capacity and people with low intellectual capacity, the number of those that have understanding of what climate change is all about and how will it actually affect their livelihood to give them additional income to what they are doing on their farming activities. Now, the study generally noted that with respect to intellectual capacity of rural farmers, respondents who have attained tertiary education level demonstrated more intellectual capacity to learn than other categories of respondents, while they demonstrated more intellectual capacity, while the respondent with no formal education demonstrated the least capacity to learn. Of course, people with better literacy will definitely be ready to adapt, to acquire, and of course to utilize new innovations. And of course, to start with people who do not have education, then you have to start all over, and it has to be gradual. Now, this suggests that the higher the level of education of the farmer, the more their intellectual capacity to learn smart farming skills and improve their earning. Therefore, hence the study submit that there is no significant difference, of course, among respondents in the basis of their infrastructural capacity to adapt with digital skills for improved individual revenue generation. Thus, it is indicated that respondents with at least secondary education have more technological capacity to convert smart farming skills to improve their earning, because they are younger ones that have an opportunity to have smartphones. Most of the older people who are actually involved in farming activities are people who are not literate, and of course, most of them do not have smartphones. And this tells us that actually, if we really want to make a serious change in this environment, then this project has a lot to do. Like we have also observed that most of these rural environments do not have basic infrastructure that will support digital solutions. And this project must be prepared to do something about that. For instance, some of them do not even have light, some of them do not have even internet facility, talk less of asking them to do any digitalization in this environment. Hence, this project must be prepared to enhance these local communities with this infrastructure to make this project work in practice. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajala, for that summary, very brilliant summary. Please get your questions down. I'm going to call my guy in this project, because it's from the Leeds University, Professor Emiliano, to give us a summary. We are going to give you 1 minute for the internet to move. Yes, but he will give us the findings from Imo State, a summary of the findings from. I want to, while the internet is working, there's Dr. Salam. Salam is a lecturer in the Department of Environmental Management and Toxicology, the Federal University of Agriculture. You're welcome, sir. Is Mr. Adibi here? Adibi is the managing director of UNAP Microphone. You're welcome, sir. Deputy Dean of Student Affairs, who is that? Yeah. Oh, Professor Ojekole. Oh, you're welcome, sir. God bless you, sir. This component here too. He's also an EMT. He's a professor in environmental management and toxicology. Of course, you need to know that this center in which you are is a center, is Cadiz. It's center for what? Go and read us Cadiz out.
Center of Excellence.
In what?
In agricultural development.
Yes.
Sustainable environment.
Yes. Good. So, in the right place. Who can help your guy to get his thing on authority?
No.
Come and engage the hall. Let's hear some talk from these local government people. You have questions or comments so far? Let's listen to you.
Okay, anyone from what I've been shared?
My name is Mr. Kitunde Ayola from Ologoro Local Government. We have been talking since there's something is missing that we have this nomadic people grazing the cattle around the rural areas. They are seriously affecting our farmers. Those especially those people that engage in crop production. And we have not mentioned solutions to how to handle that. And it's a major thing that is affecting our farmers. Thank you.
The issue you have raised is actually out of the consideration of this process. But frankly speaking, they are not captured because they are not actually resident in most of these areas. Like I rightly said, nomadic. The word nomadic means that they move about. And those that actually create problems for our farmers are the moving nomads. In fact, there is a farm that I am managing. In fact, I have to meet the chairman of Biatiala in Kwara State through Director of Public Prosecution. So you can imagine the level I went. And their chairman was made to understand that, look, this farm belongs to Major General, Inspector General of Police. In fact, we make the case very critical. And that, look, when you are held up, he will not listen to you because when they have problems most of the time, they run to the DPP, the Director of Prosecution of Kwara State. So they have to organize a day when all those who are the executives in the fellow local government will come and meet on that farm. And the chairman told them, 200 meters away, don't come close to this farm. And of course, I'm talking about 5-6 years ago, we have not seen any of them. Those that are residents in that area know the nomads. The moving ones, they know them. But they will claim ignorance of what is going on because they don't want to be the one to pinpoint the people who are actually doing the evil. So, we're sorry, we did not mention them because it is outside the coverage of this work. But possibly, By the grace of God, there could be other projects that will be centered and that will focus on that. Thank you. Thank you, Bro.
But I have one response again. As you have mentioned that it's not captured, we have a goal for this program. If we did not include this, it will surely affect our achievement, our goals. Then number two, that is, I can say, I'm very sorry to say this, sir, with due respect. That is an aspect of Kwara State. In Ogun State, the case is different, sir. I worked before I was at Ijebu East, Ogbere, before I was posted to Ogolu. I just want to share my experience with you. They entered the local government farm. Luckily, I arrested 2 of them. But unfortunately, by the time they started mentioning people that owns those cattle, they are the big people of this time that we cannot even touch. So that is the aspect. But the area I'm going is different from that. The area I'm going is what my brother mentioned: camera on the tab. If that one is possible, I think that's the only solution that can address that matter. If we own our farm, we know that these people are very close to our farm, they will quickly alert people, or our forces will go there, or the police will go there to prevent them from entering our farm. If that one can work, I just want to know.
Well, my dear brother, the issue at hand, to be very frank, the only solution to it is possibility to fence your farm. To fence. No. For instance, we have about 124 hectares of land in my school. Until we put the whole of this sectorate into fencing, we have been having series of issues. That's another place entirely, which I'm also managing. You see, there are some notorious, ready to die, which we are not ready. They do not care to lose their life because of their animals, which we are not ready to do. So they are so notorious to the extent that you catch them today, take them to police, they will pay some useless amount of money. I call it useless because they have more than that. Tell them to pay anything, they will pay. Then they will come back in the night to devour your farm, to make sure that they took care of the money they have paid. You go and catch them again, you will do a lot of up and down, you end up there. You have spoken. Most of the cows they are carrying about belong to Major General, belong to big politicians. That will just talk to somebody from the top. Hello, CP, leave those guys, and they leave them. So the issue, the only solution, we are, in fact, for about 2 or 3 years, we are unable to do any serious cropping until this cropping year, when we embark on serious fencing program. So you see, I'm sorry to say, Africans, we always look for shortcuts to achieving our goal. The Oyibo man, the Western people, will have taken consideration. Sorry. Okay, they will take consideration of the cost and benefit of what they want to do, and they will make sure that they take all necessary precautions. We have to learn this. We want to farm, then let us do something that will guide, that will safeguard our farm. I have another appeal somewhere. I said, let us put up some security. I advised the person. He said the money is too much. When it was close to harvest, we expected about 300 to 400 liters of honey. These Fulani men went there and used fire to extract everything. And we did not catch them. What do we do? So we need to put serious checks and balances. That is something that will secure our farm holdings. That is the only shortcut.
Thank you very much. I just want to add that in this university, we also have that kind of encroachment of what the security does. There are security men in the villages, in the forest areas of our university, including those who also cut our trees. They are made to pay some money to the university. You can cut the trees, but you will pay some money to the university. If you graze your animals and they catch your animals, we have some animals now running around, some 3 or 4 cattle, which we seized from the farmers. So security measures are in place in this university. The fencing one, we can't fence our campus cannot be fenced. It's a very big 10,000 hectares of land. You can, but certainly I like the point that you have made. I hope our ICT people are looking for ways we can mitigate the farmer health crisis in our communities.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll take further questions after the presentation, please. After the presentation, okay.
Please go. What I want to say is that, Center is not part of the study. I think I look at this somehow because security of the farm we have is very important. And this fencing is an option, but it's capital investment. That is the problem. So we must find a way of factoring this thing into this study because whether it is Ogun State or Imo State or Kwara State, this issue of herders, yes, can damage whatever we think we are doing. Because if you use camera to see them, and you lack the capacity to stop them, it becomes a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you, sir. After the presentation, we'll take further questions.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would very sincerely thank you for the little patience. The internet was acting funny, but here we are. Sorry about that. It's digital solutions. It's part of it. We're overcoming them. I will provide technologies that are, how do I put it now, homegrown, someday, sometime, beginning from this project. Thank you. Yeah, it is under title, Promoting Digital Solutions for Farmers in Remote Communities and Adapt to Climate Change in Nigeria, findings from UAES, University of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences in Mobile Imo State. Now, there's no point belaboring out about the methodologies and the rest of it. I'll just go straight to the findings, and then we move from there. Yeah. I tried to take a look at the socioeconomic distribution of the respondents. Critical among those issues we looked at here were the gender, whether they're males or females. From what we find there, you could see that and of course, it's obvious, most agricultural activities here are more, the women are more in number than the males. It's become it's commonplace now in almost every part of the country. With respect to the age, the mean age of the farmers is 53.5. This is an indication of their ability to adopt any new technology. Because if we have age that range between 41 to 60 years, take the class centers, that will be giving us 60 plus 41 will give us 101 divided by 2, giving about something that will be aging around 50 or thereabout. So if somebody is in his early 50s, technological adoption is a lot easier. And research has also proven that it's easier for younger persons to adopt a new technology than somebody who is aged and looking for an exit route out of the planet Earth. So that will give us an indication of the people whom we are designing the thing for, because the age is an indication of who will use it. I remember I mentioned it when we were to give us an overview. That's the job for the IT experts and the finance persons of what to take over from there. Then level of education, we also realized that the greater percentage of them had secondary education. For somebody who has completed secondary education, of course, you know what the person should be able to handle compared to somebody who has tertiary education, and also compared to somebody who earns something lower than secondary education. This is an indication of what we are going to do. Like I said, these socioeconomic characteristics will help to guide those who will develop the technologies and those who will also develop the finance schemes for these farmers. The marital status. Well, for me, I have never been bothered about the marital status of people, even though it has some indications of what to
To what extent? If you appear to be beclouded with the home front, madam, you know what I'm talking about better. So it may also have an indication of has a way of affecting you. But then, for somebody who has been schooled of what the technology is all about, I don't think it should be a problem. Should it? Should it? No. It shouldn't. Thank you. Now I'm happy when you flow with me. Yeah. Farming experience. 11 to 20 years. Highest frequency. Let's also take the class centers. 20 plus 11, that's 31 divided by 2. That will give us an idea of. It means these people have been experienced for upwards of 15 good years in farming, isn't it? So it means because the essence of research is problem solving. Research is not just to reel out this data and we take it and go. It is the application and the implication of those findings. For instance, if we have been able to say how long they have been experienced in farming, it means that these farmers also have been applying some climate resilient activities in their farms on their own indigenous knowledge. But the point now is what you apply and how digital enough it is it? That's number one. The second thing we should also understand is this. You see, when you do something because you have experienced a loss, because this study found out that the farmers, because they've experienced a loss as a result of climate change, you now see them becoming reactive and not proactive. So what we're trying to do in this sense is a situation whereby the farmer becomes proactive. These things you are doing, yes, you are doing them, it's indigenous. So the study has seen what you have done, to what extent you have done it. Now we are saying, do it this way. It will make you become proactive instead of being reactive. And having earned some years already in farming, it equips you. So we don't start taking from the crèche or the KG. Hello? I hope we're together. Beautiful. Now, we looked at other sources of income. Because what we did here was to see how we can compare the earnings from farming and the earnings from non-farm incomes. When those earnings were compared, we realized that the earning from the farm was more than the earning from non-side, in the state. The indication meaning that if you do two activities and one earns you more than the other, the tendency is there that you prefer to stay on the other side that gives you more income. Is it not so? So that when you go to the market, you have some money in your pocket, have some in the purse, have some in some other places which we don't know. It is research. Women have a lot of money, don't you know? They are custodians of funds. Ask her after this thing, she tell you. All of them here, they know. Yes. So we are saying that if having compared that and the earnings we want from farming activities, it is also an indication that whatever thing we are doing is to now encourage these people, seeing they have they are likely to have more inclination towards the activities which they have been doing, which is farming, which is their mainstay, and how to do it what better, in a way, in a bit to be doing what, making sure that these climate change variables, these climate change issues do not in any way impact them more negatively anymore. If about whether the effects are there, we have said they are always there. What can we do to adapt, to ameliorate? We can't remove them. Can we? We cannot. Now, we will try to look at the sustainability of the income, what you earn from those two sides. Is this something that can sustain your family? If it is not, it means that you also have to do something to improve your livelihood. Improving the livelihood means that apart from what you do, which is the major thing and the one you prefer, you could still lay your hands on some other things, isn't it? That will earn you additional income. And those things that will earn you additional income, we will also say, okay, if these are things you do without getting additional income, how could you build resilience to climate change from these activities you do? So that somebody who is also coming to offer you some sort of assistance or respite will know exactly where exactly to impact you on more positively. Now, we looked at the changes, climate change variables that led to financial loss. The one that hit them most was excessive rain, excessive rainfall. It was a major problem. The implication of this is this, that the farmers will need to know, given that this is what they have had over time that has given them a problem. You see, you do something that we now have to help them in terms of managing the intensity of the rainfall. That does not in any way foreclose activities in the other areas that have also affected them, like high temperature, pest infestation, late rainfall, werewood, and other climatic conditions. No, you wouldn't. But because if somebody comes to you as a patient with fever that is ravaging, that wants to take him, the first thing you do is, even though he may have underlying conditions that he has, to do what? Manage the fever first. When the patient becomes stable, you now do what? Begin to treat other conditions. So this result has told us what we actually need to do. So if we are developing apps or technology that could address these things, then there should be such that we deal with this encompassing the other climate change variables. Now, does climate change affect farming activities? The answer is yes. It affects them, and they know. They are aware of it. It's not something that will begin to belabor. They know. But the point is this: some of you might know that something is hitting you, but you might not know what exactly is hitting you, and the gravity of the heat. There's a knowledge of climate change conditions that affect the farmers. Dealt with that. Now, Now, if we could see that it's not just that we have excessive rain, we have high temperature, pest infestation, late rainfall, excessive rain, and the rest of them. Now, the knowledge of digital solutions. Now, you see, the farmers, about 57%, 7.5% of them are aware about digital solutions. For instance, I remember one of the days I was in the field and we were talking. I said, do you know what digital solution is? He said, no. If I explain to you what digital solution is, will it help you? He said, yes. When we started talking, I said, can I see your phone? He said, what are his phone? What do you do with this phone? He said, I just call my customers now when I get that. Are you listening? Yeah. He said, then they sent me text message on my phone, say, they want buy. Is applying digital solution. My customer say, if they fall that side, say no go fit come by. What has he told you? Stay action. Don't start coming with your garri on the road. Because if the rain beats it, it becomes food for animals, not for man anymore. Is it not true? So you could see that they are aware. But they do not know. You know, there are two different things. Being aware of something and being knowledgeable of what you have. So what it requires is, and in the course of that, we now realize that what is most common across the farmers is their cell phone. They have the ATM cards, the POS machines, but the one for which they used to do transactions mainly is that their cell phone. They receive text messages, they send messages, and stuff like that. Which means that the implication now is, if we are developing something, Bolaji and Dr. G and co, are you with me? Good. So if you are developing something, you should now know that what is most common about these people is their cell phone. Meaning that you don't have to do what? You have to develop something that will now step up. You know, what they could do with that cell phone, which is the basic thing that almost all of them have. We realize that the high technologies, digital technology which we listed there, remote sensing, this one, Agroblast, those of them, it doesn't make sense to them. They may even know, they may know, not directly though, they may know, but the point is that we are talking about something that will adapt and it becomes what? Sustainable. Because adoption without use does not make sense. Adoption with use, there's also not sustain, also doesn't make sense. Are we together? Yeah. Are you enjoying this, my sermon? Yeah. Am I preaching it well? Okay. I should write on.
It's just like your body is blocking the
skin. Sorry. Is it better now? You say you write on, Pastor. I'm not one. Because if you want to make me one, by the time I finish, I'll request for your tithes. And you must pay it. Now, madam, let me ask you. Is it good if I ask him?
On the
Only to a real person. Only to a real person. All right. So she has classified me. So I'm a fake one. I'm not one, no, and I don't intend to be one. I'm a classroom teacher. All right, but I hope we are getting it. Good. So we will proceed. Now, the digital financial solution used by the farmers, you could see the POS, and that appears to be the one that's most used. Why is it so? You see, the reason is because that is the one that is most readily available for them. They can easily go to their ATM cards and see those who have OPay, FAMPay, the rest of them. Money points. Even sometimes they will debit you and they will say, don't worry, the money will reverse. You will enjoy it. It's part of the losses. Sometimes it may come, sometimes it may not come. And sometimes it may require you going to your bank. Those are challenges that come with technologies. So with this, so we have seen that is what commerce most frequently used, even though the others are also there. Reasons for the use of these digital solutions. Now, above all, their reason was making and receiving payments, even though there are other issues. But there was something striking that we discovered in the use. So many of them started using those things because their friends were using them. Hello? Before, it was, hey, my son has not sent me money. He said, what are you doing now? Tell him to send the money to your phone. He said, is it possible? Say yes, he can. Tell him to see that OPay person. Send him money now. Just tell your son to send him money. He said, he didn't know. So their children, remittances were being done. Tell your customer, if you cannot send the thing, let him send it to the POS person. What do you now do? You pay charges to the POS person and do what? And collect your money. Now, but we realize that if they form cooperative, they can begin to own those POS machines. You get the point I'm making? You can own those POS machines. And those charges, remember, the whole essence of cooperative is to be sure that your members want to and enjoy the full benefits of welfareism or being together. So that those small changes which you give to the external operator will end up within you. And the funds you pull together, you can also access it for something more substantial. Yeah, the ease of usage of DSL solution for the farmers, the frequency of use. Now, about the perception, yeah, they know how important it is in the use of this in farm production, you know, and the idea is what are the factors that are affecting the use of these DS solutions. Above all the issues raised by the farmers, the most critical there was network failure. Guess what I saw? You said I'm a fake pastor. Now, assuming you are the real pastor, tell me what I saw in this video. You're not the prophetess. You are not the prophetess. So you are changing the gear. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this was the problem. One of them said, he went there to collect money that his son sent to him. And he wants to use it to buy granite, which he was going to fry because he sells granite. Then what was he doing like this? What was he doing? As he was looking for network. And that day, he has already, so customers have booked 10 bottles. He said, oh, that day, 10 bottles, 10 bottles. I cried. 10 bottles in the morning. In that day, she had another 15 bottles from the hotels to supply. She couldn't do what? Pay for the granites because they were looking for network. Now, this network has deprived the woman of that business opportunity, isn't it? So what is it now calling on us, researchers, from what we've been able to find out? Like we have always said, research is about problem solving. It is. Those who will now work on this, you have seen that network is a serious challenge. What does it now impose of you? Because of you, can we do something that will be less reliable on this network challenges instead of doing half like this? They will not be able to put the hand like this. Is it not better? Good. That's one thing. And we also realize that some other things can also be done. You see, that's why I don't like talking with these things. They waste my time. I prefer, let me just talk and interact. Now, so you realize that if that's the case, it means that we now have to do something. Are we still together? Yes. Okay. Because if you are not enjoying the sermon anymore, then it doesn't make sense. Okay. So it now means that we have to do something, absolutely something that will make the customer or the farmer more stable instead of, you know what I mean, looking for network. Now, critical issues will come in. We are also talking about our recommendations indirectly, because we don't have time to go there to pick them from here. It means that indirectly, we understand that the problem of infrastructure deficit. I've talked about that here, especially in the remote communities. But then, I understand that the IT persons here can bear me witness. Right, Rosa? Is it not cheaper to build a radio station than building a mast? I mean, transmitting by radio, is it not cheaper than transmitting by mast? Are you hearing me? She said it's cheaper. These are IT experts. Dr. Oji and Bolaji, is it not true? So what means the government can, in rural communities, instead of building a mast, that those base stations can still serve these farmers. Saying the diameter of transmission is not now too far. If they complain about funds, we don't have money to build masts. And telecom operators are also complaining about diesel to power these things, that alternatives have come. Hello? Hi. I hope we're together. Now, you see, if you now see somebody, when these are his problems, and he's asking for, let's see how we can. I want to go to the financing. Okay, let's deal with this economic practice adopted by the farmers to build residents. So we could see that these are the highest of what they could do there was the high percentage was in mulching. You see, that is not entirely different from climate smart agriculture. It's not entirely different. For me, I look at them as sisters and brothers. So if they are able to do good economic practices and then plant crops, some crops mature earlier than others. These are advices that we need to give. Some are cover crops on their own. Instead of applying external mulch, they are cover crops on their own. In one of the farms we visited, the cooperative farm, we realized that when they harvested, what is called? Okay, when they harvested their corn, they gathered all the leaves. The leaves, because at then it started raining intensively. All the leaves on the stalk now was now a mulch for the other section where they wanted to plant. You see, on their own they do these things. But the point is this: there was something we observed. The stalk or the stem of the corn was a major attraction for termites. So for everything they planted, the farmers were complaining that they were all eaten up. So what was the advice? Remove what? That particular one that causes it. I said, take it away. Take away the causative organism instead of treating the symptoms, and the patient will get well. It's not what doctors tell us. Hey. So we deal with the problem, and it will be solved. Crops planted by farmers to build resilience, to major vegetables. Now, there's something I want to talk about here as we move. In the financing section, we have realized that the government of these farmers live in remote areas. And for you to live in the remote areas, of course you know that insurance is near zero. Is it not true? Good. If insurance is near zero, and somebody is coming to ask for a facility from a financial institution, I mean the regular bank, you know what the requirements are. They might even ask you to bring your late great-great-grandfather to come and ask as a guarantee or surety to be sure that you will pay the loan. Is it not? Now, if that is the case, how will the farmer who lives in the remote area bring the required collateral to ask for a facility from a bank? Which means you are coming near impossibility. You are telling him that he cannot access anything, isn't it? So we are saying that what the farmers require at this particular point is a novel financing scheme. A novel financing scheme that is different from the regular thing that is obtainable in the financial system, that is dependent on market rates, that is dependent on interest rates, that is dependent on what the farmer can provide as what? As security or collateral. So it's not because of you to now develop that. How is this financing scheme that you should be able to develop for the farmers? And if they see it, it becomes what? Attractive. Instead of asking them to bring their great grandfather that died before they were born. That is the issue. And that's what the research is trying to do. Because research is about problem solving. So we should be able to deal with these their problems. When I look at the retinue of problems the farmers listed, all of them were formed. I want to fund. I want to live another alternative life source. I want to try this other activity. I want to try that. But I don't have the money to do that. But and if we go the hub of the usual process, which means that even grants will be difficult for them to obtain. So I think it's important. That's where the finance people should not come in and develop something that is novel, that differs from the usual financing scheme. Basic recommendations that will come from the work. We're already mentioning them. One, for the farmers. For the farmers. You don't build resilience because you have experienced the financial loss. You build resilience intentionally. Hello? That you build it what? Intentionally, knowing that it must come. So that it becomes what? Proactive instead of being reactive. Number two, any app that may have to be developed by these farmers will be such that will be easily adopted, already we have seen their age group, and the word sustain, the use will also be sustained. Number three, we also recommend that the government, in terms of infrastructure deficits, government being a part of the universal access policy, the federal government is a signatory to that. So it is an indication that you have to do something about that. But instead of doing the one that appears a big hole, we can start with the ones that are cheaper, that will cover a shorter diameter than the base stations that the network providers complain that takes them or cost them billions of naira to build. And for other stakeholders, like the NGOs, local authorities, traditional rulers, it behaves of you as the custodians of the culture to know that if an information is passed to you, you could catalyze the people to synergize ideas that have been brought so that you can, the capacity development, advocacy is good. What they have brought to you is good. In that way, all of us together will build the resilience that is required so that we can contend with climate change. Thank you.
I think you should give Professor more than that. Because if you give him, he will finish, he won't go anywhere, he will just continue talking. The professor or professors. Thank you very much, Professor Emmanuel. Before we go into discussions, let me just also welcome Dr. Mrs. Aide, AFO Aide, welcome, from the Department of Agricultural Administration, University of Agriculture, Belkuta. Anybody else who came in while Dr. Salam, I think I quoted you, Salam from EMT. Okay, we're going to have discussions. And anybody else online who has not introduced his or himself, who from Al-Hikmah University? Anybody from Al-Hikmah University, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Yes, Dr. Uthman is there, but he has not connected the audio.
Okay, who else? Who joined audio? Who else is there?
Yeah, she's there. You can unmute her.
Ask her to unmute her.
Yeah, Dr. Onikosi. Okay, Onikosi, please, you can unmute and introduce yourself, ma'am. Dr. Onikosi, please unmute and introduce yourself.
We're going to just spend, we can't afford to waste more time on the discussion, which I discussed. I know that Dr. Gala is raring to talk here. It reminds me of Professor Egbonyondo. They like to talk. They enjoy talking. We won't spend too much time because at 2 o'clock we must hook on to Louisa. They don't waste time. They want to do, when they say 2 o'clock, it must be 2 o'clock. So whatever we do between now, when it's about 5 minutes or 10 minutes to 2, we must hook on to Louisa, who will talk to us. Let's have some comments and discussions and questions. I just say who you are talking to, if it's a question, and please write down the question for us. Write down, give us, even the comment, please write down the comment, write down the question. If you're asking a question from, don't ask Professor Omeyan yet, because ask from Dr. Doronju and Dr. Ajala, so you can also learn how to talk like him. Right? So, Dr. Omeyan, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Perry. It's been wonderful listening to all the speakers. And I want to add that we have all seen how we came and how we conquered. It's been a Herculean one from the field. But I'm glad that we've been able to gather a lot of information, quite a lot, that will help us in the process. But I have some comments, I have some questions. I want to start this way. I know we are interested in getting whatever we're doing to be acceptable. This is research. So we talk in terms of not just internal validity, but also external validity, which is very, very critical. The first 2 speakers that spoke, I have issues in 1 or 2 areas. Then the last speaker didn't go to that point. I think he said he wants to go straight to the findings. But my first question is this. In terms of selecting our participants, do we just jump into the field and then we say we selected? What are the parameters? How did we select? How did we make that selection? What statistical tool did we use to select participants, from the population? That's very key. The first speaker didn't talk about that. The second speaker didn't. The last speaker, he didn't go to that side, but I also need to raise it. It's very important that how we selected our participants from those 3 local governments in each of the states is very, very critical. And again, the first speaker said we had more females than males. The second speaker said we had more females than males. More males than females. These things have implications for studies. We need to know why do we have more females in the first study? Why? So there is need for explanation in that area. And again, we've had a number of solutions being turned out here. Or you see, whatever that is to be done on the IT front need to be inclusive. There are so many solutions, so many. But like the last speaker said here, and he has been saying that is coming from the bottom. That is the focus of this study. So from the bottom, what are those solutions? We have had them. But the most critical thing for us here, especially in IT, is to understand how some of those solutions can help our farmers. How they can help our farmers. And I'm happy with the last speaker because he conceptualized the solutions. If you listen to him clearly, he said, what are those solutions? He began to reel them out. And I think from the previous presenters, those are some of the things that they need to go back. Let us conceptualize the solutions. That as you're talking to the people, people are understanding what the problems are. People are also hearing the solutions for those problems. Now, you made mention of people who cannot use the handheld device, who are in the remote areas. How do we reach them and so on? he talked about having radio, though he didn't call it radio, yeah, but that is exactly what he was trying to convey. And I said that is also part of what has been looked into. A kind of SMS, voice service that can be pushed to those people in the rural area. That will also help people of those kind of status. So that is what I intend to say in those areas. And again, I also want to talk about the issue of policy. We've had several policies. The first presenter talked about a policy here, the certification policy in the local government. And my question is this, we've had one or two in the past. In this gathering, we are going to come up with policy issues, declarations that we want the government to take note of. Now, how have these farmers complied with the earlier policies? It's important we know if there has been challenges hindering them from complying with those ones. Now we're bringing out new ones. How are we sure that those same challenges will not affect them in complying with whatever policies that will come up through this research? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oji. I like your questions. The first one you asked about the sample, we will not go into that here. We will not go into that here. We know that we had challenges about that, and we did tell you from our angle here when we were angry about the sample. So we won't go into sampling here. We all agreed to do something and we have done it. Other questions, you said one person talked about solutions. I didn't ask him to talk about solutions. It's because he's a professor. He took liberty to do what he wanted to do. I mean, like that. He's our team leader here. We said findings from the field. We didn't say solutions from the field. I get from your questions, you want us to go back to the field after we have had these questions and go and find out whether or not they will accept what we say here. That is not going to happen. We do not intend to go back to revalidate what we are going to find out here. But having said that, I will give the microphone to Dr. Adela and Dr. Doranju to answer the questions as far as they can do. But please write down your thesis. Dr. Oji, please write down your thesis for us, for the rapporteur to be able to capture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think the basics for selecting whatever respondent we have done is clearly stated in the concept note sent to all the partner universities. And basically, they said they want, all right. Prof said that we should do that. I think when you are talking of solutions to the problems that we have raised, you will discover that basically we are still on the writing. And by the time we finish, like we told other partners that for some time we have not been able to continue the work because of some work in the university going on, the end of the sessions program, and it has got to do with the life of some people's children in our hands. And we have to feel that God is the primary objective. And by the grace of God, maybe before we come down back to fire, most of these issues will have already concluded about. But strictly speaking, the essence of the research work we have done is to find out what is on the ground in this, what is it called, rural environment. What can we do for them, and how are we going to do them? And part of what I have personally, because I was part and actively involved in the data collection, and like I'm already raising it with our team leader, that basically what we have observed is that there is no infrastructural facilities in most of these remote areas. So, and if that is the case, okay, the best that can happen is that our ICT experts, the director of, what is it called? Our director of ICT and Madam Arubula, the ICT team, must take cognizance of that higher percentage of our farmers are not smartphone or Android phone compliant. So they are used to the cell phone. That's just for making calls. Then whatever methods or technology you want to develop for them in this rural community must be based on offline. That's the implication. And that
Doing that, let's see what is possible around that from the ICT. So I think that answers that question very strictly. Thank you very much. Then you also ask why we take more males, or what is the basis for having more males than female in Kwara State. Well, basically, it depends not religion per se, it depends on individual environment. But strictly speaking, in our own environment, males are more involved in strenuous jobs, which farming endeavor is. Males are more involved. Around us there, females does some media work, and if they do anything serious, it's most likely to be vegetable production and processing. So the men do the farming actually, while the female are involved in the processing. That is, they do the winnowing, they do the storage ability, part of it and whatever. So that's what the female does. But there are some handful number of females who actually take part in the farming activities. And those are the few numbers that we have captured. So that is the basis for that.
Okay, yeah. Pertaining to that question, in answering that question, why do we have more females than males? Well, what I would say is in Ogun State, females actually do engage in farming activities, yes. Because here we have small-scale farmers here, and the majority of the women here are engaged practically in cultivating their land. So for the catchment areas which we do, we have female farmers, and we also have male farmers.
The other thing to add is that when we go to the villages, the women tend to come out more than the men. The agricultural person from the police.
I want to say the reason why more women are involved in agriculture in Ogun State than other states. There are so many World Bank sponsor projects that we embark upon in local governments, and that means at least 10% male, 40% female, while the remaining is for youth. And the reasons are: one, if you give money to male, they go and marry another wife, or they get another wife. But two, the women know how to keep money and they know how to manage money than men. That is it. Then three, the last speaker, the professor that gave us the thing the other time, said the major focus is on youth, and that's exactly what World Bank sponsor program in agriculture are doing now. Then lastly, we have a program in Ogun State, we call it Women in Agriculture. They really finance women on processing and some other things. So that is why the major thing they do here is to target the youth and the women more than the men. Thank you.
Give it to the director of agriculture. Give it to Professor Larry. Professor Larry,
Thank you very much.
Your question is written down.
Just as my colleagues from the Director of Agriculture said, value chain development in Ogun State is tailored majorly for youth and women. And most of the projects that we are doing in Ogun State, either externally or internally, are targeted mainly on women and youth. So that's why any project you do in Ogun State, you see women coming up. And women are more sincere when it gets to agriculture. Women, they are more sincere. Even if you give them loan, they will pay back. They will pay back than men. Thank you very much. I don't want to say more than that.
Let's give it to Dr.
Thank you so much. All protocols duly observed.
Actually, I was not going to say anything, but I wish to say things. And this research is showing out so many dimensions that we never looked into. For example, it is surprising that women are more into farming in the state. That's surprising me. For me, I always thought that existed in the South. Let alone women really do a lot of hard work there, and men are not really so involved. But having it in the West here is actually a dimension that I was never looking into before. So, as Professor Leon said, this research is showing out so many domains that we need to look into. Again, from the ICT angle, we are looking at developing solutions, smart solutions, which we will still go into. But it's also becoming clear that this remote area, we have a number, for example, in Kwara, the majority of the farmers there are actually local, and they are elderly ones. Most of them are the older ones, so they may not even be able to adapt our new technology. It means they have to be secondary, maybe give to their daughter or their children or something to do for them. We are looking at benefiting the actual farmers of the field. That is coming up. Here we know women well, and I think the youth also will be able to adopt some of these things. Maybe you can see the challenge Professor Mayor was telling us there, not being able to just cell phones. So at the end of the day, I'm saying this the ICT team is we are actually listening, and as a point of submission, that all of this will be taken care of. They're going to be add-ons. It means beyond the smartness, beyond what we intend doing, we need to come down to take care of those people that just on cell phones. You can say probably an idea coming up. The mass can actually have audio, radio transmitting. But what is really bringing up the idea of sending voice, messages to their cell phones. So we're going to have concentration on those cell phone users. Why not negating the smartness that we tend to? Yes, we believe by and by there will be this adoption of technology by all. So just to say this, that we actually having ideas, and research is doing the work, bringing up ideas, bringing up things you never imagined, and then we're going to take care of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guillaume. As Mr. Anuru.
Thank you very much, sir. The financial stocks. I hope the power will be the rest of the time will be addressing some of the issues that mentioned. But from the point of view of Dr. Ajala, there was an area I took interest in his analysis. That's the seasonal harvesting, where some people were seen to be harvested annually, some twice or thrice. I don't know whether you were able to facilitate the possibility of finding out why they actually prefer to harvest annually. Was it because of their inadequate finance or whatever that may have affected that? That is the question for you. And then generally, since we are dealing, the emphasis or the target area is the rural community. Apparently, we will be experiencing language problem. Many of them may not be able to understand the simple language we speak. Is it not possible that while doing it, we may have to evolve that process of using the local language that may easily be understood by them, so that the whole thing will be better comprehended by them and also the problem? Thank you very much.
Just to say, sir, that we did not get the answers to our questions in English.
They were in
We
local
spoke to them in local language.
translated.
Even though the questionnaire is in English, we had to translate to Yoruba to get them to respond. Can I see Dr. Costa? Oh, let's just harvest this question, please. Dr. Costa, your question, please.
So my own is just an observations and certain comments. From the evidence
portrayed by Lori that the harvest is majorly once. So I think that also border on the issue of the climate change we are talking now. Because when we look at the mini Sahel Savannah, of which these areas belong, we have bimodal rainfall distribution. Against the rainforest zones, we have bimodal rainfall distribution. And now for the farmer to adapt, they have to use, based on the peculiarity of the environment and the characteristics of the environment, to take the adaptations that the farmer in this region will face or adopted, right? Now, for those in the rainforest zone, now we have bimodal rainfall distribution, they can go for mixed cropping. In this case, they grow different crops for the fiber, so that in case one fail, they bring one to harvest in the second phase. But in those areas, the savannah home, where they have modern rainfall distribution, you know they plant one crop, that is the issues. So they now, for them to now survive or to adapt to that climate change, they have to go to mixed farming, which means they raise livestock with the crop. That now bother the issue of these elder and farmer clashes that we are talking about. But they have to leave their zone, come back to the south because of the vegetation covers, and both of them now clash, and because of the conflict of interest between the two. They are also, all of them are reward, they want to survive the climate change based on the adaptation. So now, this digital solution can now come in. What offers can we get from here to help the situation at hand? Because these issues, I raised it up as far as 2012 when I did climate change study. And that because we don't have the program to project that solutions, because the thesis is just gathering dust in the University of Ibadan archive. So for now that we are putting it out, now as at 2023, that issue is still continue and worsen the situation of things. If you don't have this issue at the board now, it can consume the whole nations. So what can we bring this solution to help disrupt the situations, or in what ways can you bring it up in this kind of adaptation to climate change as far as that issue is concerned?
Thank you very much, Dr. Costa. Please note these questions and comments. May I respectfully welcome the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, the State Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Diogo. You're welcome, sir. That gives a cap, an umbrella to our discussions. So anybody who wants, he used to be the project manager of the State Agricultural Development Program. Coordinator of Policy Development in the State. You're welcome, sir. Any other question, comments? Yes, Dr. Mrs. Aide, who used to be younger than too many years ago.
Maybe because I couldn't come early enough due to my malaria treatment I just started this month. I apologize for coming. I intended coming much more earlier. Thank you for this event. And I also want to welcome our guests to Fulham. And I want to appreciate the team lead and the members, because anything that is about farmers, I'm always happy to be there and always passionate about it. Yes, that's what gives me a lot of joy. I want to say with humility, without undermining the efforts that has been done, that Emma Mokuru foreign
participants, so you need to interpret your Yoruba into English.
Yes. You cannot shave somebody's head without the person being there. Now, I would have loved a situation whereby I would have some farmers in there.
Yes, we had discussed that and we have reached out to them. We hope that they will be here tomorrow. Thank you very much. That you have told me in my ear is not here.
Emma Belusa. And I hope I can say this here, sir. I want to appeal to us that if we don't have the intention of having a policy brief from this event, now to please think about it. And like the earlier person said, that what has happened to the other policy stuff that has come out of this, I want to believe that with this kind of thing, we'll be able to ensure that it gets to the right set of people and that it is not kept under shame. And I also want to say something about this issue of Ogun State having more female farmers than the male farmers. I want to say that it is not particularly because the female farmers are more than the males, but because one, they are readily available. They are more of a change agent than the male contemporaries, and the addition of the other things that have been said. And secondly, we have the work or the way the work of Ogadebe is done is that you have women groups being attended to by block extension agents, because it is only one woman that will go around the block. So she cannot be assessing them one by one. So because those people are always in a group and they will have formidable groups, so they will not, when they now want, when you need those women, definitely you will work with those people that are readily available, that already have formidable group. You will not start going to men that will make you that will not accept what you are talking about easily. However, there is a way that we can ensure we have more balanced participation. But I agree with everything that has been said about the reason why we have more females participating in projects. So that means if we want more male participants, we'll have to go some steps further. Thank you, sir.
I thank you for giving Dr. Oji the answer to how we got our sample, because we went through Ogadebe. We were guided by Ogadebe, who works with the farmers. We didn't go from the university. We went to Ogadebe, and that's how we got the sample. Thank you for that. As to policy, this is a 3-year program. It's not 1 year. This is what we are doing here today. We shall repeat in Kwara State. We shall repeat in Imo State. This is just the beginning of it all. We're going to Abuja also. It's not, I mean, there's a fourth partner, which I mentioned in my speech earlier on. Startup, Europe, SAN. EU partner also involved in this. So it's not a FUNAP thing. Indeed, University of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences in Imo State is a big partner. FUNAP is just a co-partner. ADICMA is also a co-partner. So we are under the lead of our Professor Emenyono and Mr. Chris Adinayo. And the ICT is very important because it's not just about research findings. We want to develop a technology or a series of technologies that will hand over to the farmers to improve their incomes, improve their livelihoods, and their adaptability to climate change. So it's not a talk show. I take your advice that we ought to have brought farmers there. Indeed, when Professor Emenyono came to me this morning, he said, "Are you inviting farmers?" And immediately I told Director Amrek, please go and get me some rural farmers. The woman who is in front of you is also an Amrek woman, so she will also get us female farmers and male farmers tomorrow. Dr. Oke, who is also on this team, is also an Amrek woman, so by force she must bring farmers tomorrow. Thank you very much. And if Mr. I don't know, Remember your name, sir. The man from Ojukolu.
Mr. Akintunde, sir.
Yeah, you'll be okay. Where's the man from Odeda? Can you get us some farmers to come tomorrow?
They will come, sir.
Yes,
Farmers
please.
will come tomorrow.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Very much. Any more questions before Mr. Kala and Mrs. Saramanju and Professor Remenu answer your multifaceted questions? All right, we must finish before 1:20 because we must have a 10-minute leg walk. 10 minutes we walk and go and walk around and ease yourselves and so on.
All right. Why I stand on the existing protocol? I think my question is that you will find out why they have just one harvest per annum. We do. Basically, Kwara State is a middle belt state. There are some parts that is towards the north. There are some parts that is towards the south. The areas towards the south have a bimodal rainfall pattern, and meaning that they can have more than one harvest. But agronomists will agree with me. In most cases, real farmers plant and target towards the end of the rain so that they can have bumper harvest and get them kept. And that is the harvest that lasts till the following year. Most harvests that happen in the first peak of rain are usually for green consumption, not for keep. But they could have harvests even after rain. So the underlying restriction there is that they don't have money for irrigation. So these are part of the solution that we have to look into. If they are supported, they could irrigate, particularly crops that are not photobiologically affected. I mean, crops that only water is a limiting factor. Because there are some crops you cannot have more than one harvest for agronomic reasons. Like guinea corn. Guinea corn does well towards the end of the rain. If you plant earlier before that, it will only be blossoming without flowering. So crops that are not agronomically restricted can be grown throughout the year, but the only limiting factor is water. Meaning that if you give such farmer empowerment, irrigational facility, they can have room for harvest. So the underlying factor there is what? Fund. So we are going to look into that. It's part of the solution that we are going to look into. And I think that explains that question, which is specifically referred to. Thank you.
Something to say? Say something.
Okay, what I would just like to say is, as it still goes back to what Dr. Mrs. MID has already helped us to clarify the reasons why we have more women in Ogun State in farming, involved in farming than the men. So everything boils down to women and change agents. Apart from Ogun State, even in Nigeria, women are change agents. That is what we have. That is what we do. We feed the world. We feed everybody. Yes. So, yeah, and change agents. You agree with me? We change everything. If you want a good world, if you want a better world, we will tell you, if you train a girl child, you have trained what? You have trained a nation. Thank you.
Our pastor, sir.
Well, I am not one, and I don't intend to be one. Yes, I am just a classroom teacher. Yes, yes, and I prefer being a classroom teacher. Yeah, and one of my professors also taught me. He said his name is one teacher. One teacher means the son of a teacher.
What?
Yes, one is like
son of
child. That is one. But that's not the real meaning. The real meaning is not is literal interpretation is the son of the teacher. But that's not it. He says he's a small teacher. Ordinary teacher. That's what I am. Yes. Okay, that's by the way. Where do I start from? Okay, let's start from
No, she's not the beginning, you. We'll not leave this.
Okay, let's start. All right. I want to say something about the young man that talked about the farmer header classes, which he attributed to climate change and a whole lot of issues. Yes, you know, I don't want us to discuss politics here. What we're talking about here is research. A lot of things cause that and let it remain there. But the point I want to say is, the point I want to make is, how can digital solutions help in situations like this? Isn't it? In terms of, he has grown a crop that he can only harvest once. He has grown a crop that can only be harvested twice in a year. Good. I'll give you an instance. Part of the things we said we are going to, the IT persons will develop. While we were in the field, that was when the report of anthrax came. Anthrax. And I tried to illustrate to the farmers that, you see, there's anthrax in the air. So, what we are going to do for you will help. The information can come that anthrax is in the air by way of warning. If your friend, Mama Kule, is coming to your farm, let her stay there and tell you what her order is. Or there is an infestation that's killing all the birds and you have a poultry farmer. You have got the information. Let her stay there and tell you she wants a big one. You bring it out and with a scale and wait for her to buy it before she enters your farm. In this kind of situation, there's no friendship. It is purely business. In economics, morality does not count. I hope you know. Morality doesn't count in economics. So, I'm just using that as an instance. What we're talking about here is how digital solutions can help. You could provide an information to someone who produces, whose crop is produced only once in a season. There are situations where you could harvest before time. You could do that. You could harvest before time. And when you harvest, you could put up your request. We have already harvested. There are 10 of us. What we are asking for is the market to sell these commodities. And what drives supply, I've always said, is what? The price. So, when the information comes to the platform, they can also help you get those who have already placed order of what I want to buy. So you don't keep the crop there waiting for somebody who's coming from Damascus to come and harvest. And you start complaining that they're eating your farm and conflict starts. Hello, sir. Some of these things, I have always said that research is our problem solving. And some of these things we also use what we should be taking to run away from. You see, vomit is a very difficult thing to treat, to deal with. So your best bet is to do what? To stop what triggers it. If you stop what triggers vomit, you have solved the problem. That's by the way. Now, there was also something that somebody said about how sure is it in terms of policy that what we are going to do now will be accepted and stuff like that. You see, here, and here in this floor, I have said that problems with most Nigerian government policies, even though that's not the truth of our work, is in the design. My area is in development economics, policy and development economics. And I understand what it means when you design policies forward in a very long way. If policies are not designed together with the people for whom it is meant for, it will surely, it's like building a house on sand, sinking sand. It will surely collapse. And you could see from how we have started. I did say it here that though we've met with federal authorities, though we've met with state authority, we had interaction with those state governors, the executive, the commissioners, we have all those interactions. We've gone to the local government administrators, the state administrators. But then, that did not foreclose the main persons for which these technologies are meant for. The governor is not a farmer, is he? Even if he's a farmer, is he in the remote areas? The answer is no. But we know that the farmer who is operating in XYZ kilometers away from the city center is also his citizen. It's under his pocket, isn't it? And look at the land use policies, land use acts. So if he decides For instance, if you want to take up a particular area of land for developmental activity, whether it's grabbing or taking over, because if you want to take it, you have to be for common good. That's what, for public good, that's what the Land Use Act told us, isn't it? But the point is that we're not talking about that. So at least he would know that because we have already briefed him. Are you getting where I'm coming from? He is on the know, he's planning the policies with you. So you didn't leave him. Neither is he the one that stayed in Abuja and sent that policy document to you to the state, from state to Oya, we call it government channel, Oya, take. You implement. Those who are implementing this thing don't even know about the design, they are not part of it. Because they are not part of it, they see it as something that's been forced down their throats. But here, the different approach which we have taken with our technical partners and the technical supporters is that let it be designed by what? They find the end users for them. So they have told us what the projects are. And I did tell them when we were doing field work that we didn't stay at government house or Asobila to gather policymakers, government functionaries. Or you go call that World Bank expert, let him come, sit down, let us decide on what to send down to build the local government. No. It's not it. So you could see that from the design, we've got it. And by the very special grace of God, we'll get there eventually. That's my prayer. I'm not the pastor. Madam, you're checking your phone. Okay. All right. So I think I've dealt with that about the design. Then the policy briefs, I had somebody mention. She said that I got to realize that she's my Oga's wife. I need to see him before I go. Proceed, please. I've been asking after him.
He was the one that brought me.
I don't see him before I go. Okay, so we said the policy brief. This is going to be one of the take-homes, one of the outcomes from this study, because it's very critical. And with the support we are getting from government, both at the federal and the state, it's going to be something because it's novel. It's novel. So it's our prayer that we will continue in that line. Then I think about the issues that we mentioned here. For me, I look at it as different strokes for different folks. For having more males here, having more females here, these are variations you see when you go for study, peer study. So it's not really is there another one? Okay, they missed the target. Yes, that's just it. I think thank you. Does anyone have any remember?
They have done very well. Our guy has done very well. Okay, can I get any more questions? No more. I didn't hear local government, female local government staffer talk. Anything for us, man? Put it back the vessel and anything to talk to us about? I said it all. Maybe want to hear a few words from the permanent secretary, Mr. Neogusa. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Yes, sorry for coming this late. I intended to be here today. We have some other programs in the streets that has to also do with not digital solutions. We're trying to look at coming up with a framework for ensuring that we can have inclusive agricultural land made available to farmers as well as other critical investors in the state. And that's what I should still be able to come in here. Well, thank you very much. Well, looking at promoting digital solutions for our farmers, particularly in the rural areas, I think it's very apt at this time. Why? There are a lot of challenges that we're having confronting us. I see a talk about farmers. One critical things that we should notice: our farming population is aging. The farming population is aging, and they are getting to extinction. And if we are going to attract the younger ones to come in, then we'll not be talking about digital farming, digital solutions. And that is critical because they can relate easily with that. The era of Android phones, smartphones, we now have smart televisions and all of that. So it implies that they can have access to agricultural management practices right there on their phones. And if they can have this access, it means they can deploy it to solve some of their farming problems right there on the field. And I think that's why we need to promote it. I was just trying to look at what the last speaker mentioned. And when we are talking about digital solutions, we should look at two critical areas. One is the production, the other is the market access. Production becomes very important now that we are talking about climate change. I think I came when our friend was talking about the issue of the farmer-herders conflict. And it's because of climate change, apart from all the political issues that surround it. Because the water are withdrawing, the rains are not what it used to be. Even where we used to have bimodal rainfall, it's almost becoming unimodal rainfall. Because in the southern part, we believe our rains will come in March, and that will extend December, November or December. But what are we having? The rains don't come and don't stabilize until maybe around May. And by September, middle of September, first week in October, it's gone. So it's an issue. But we need digital solutions to be able to solve it. Why? I'm sure there are some of them that are already in place, that are already being applied or deployed. There is one that is called the Rice Advice. Rice Advice provides management practices to farmers. And with that, a farmer can be on his field with the GPS coordinates. He can even know the nature of the soil that he's using and the kind of inputs that he can deploy on that particular location, which will give him maximum yield from that kind of environment. I think that's what we're trying to promote. And it becomes very important for the youth that we are bringing into agriculture. For the older ones that are getting into extinction, whether we like it or not, that's the truth. They are going into extinction. So we must also look at the simpler ones that they are, what they call it, the phone that they used to just see the light, can also access such information, and they can use it whether in the local language or using symbols that can assist them to use that information. Whether research information, technologies that we are pushing to farmers, we should see a way of putting them in apps that will make it easy for farmers to use. I was speaking with, while I was in DADP, I told the extension agents, I said, we are getting to the era where we'll be talking about digital extension service provision. Because the resources are no longer there. The time is no longer there, wherein you can add 1,000 extension that you want to deploy to the rural area. You can't do that, but you can deploy technology. And the man in the rural area can access that information, can also chat with you, and you can provide that service to him right there using a phone, using whatever means. And the man will get that and relate with it, deploy it on his farm, and then be able to get the results. So I think, and it's also the way to go because developing partners are also looking into that. I know recently the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, also did something called ICT4D. ICT4D is to see how they want to promote the use of digital solutions by farmers. And that's becoming a gamut of funding options. If they can have information, put it into this kind of media, and then send it to the farmers. The farmers can use it, they can access it, they are good to go. So it's also providing a platform for funding to be able to develop a lot of these solutions that can help our farmers. So I think what we are doing is in the right direction. For us as a state government, it's also something that we are looking at. Because resources are moving, whether we like it or not. And the government is trying to see how can I reach more of the farming population. And I think digital solutions will provide the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. We will imagine that PS is part of our research team. Somebody is coming in the afternoon, who's from the Ministry of Agriculture, who was a paper in that direction. So, Mr. Yoshula, Director of Trade Crops, is coming in the afternoon to do that for us. Thank you very much, sir. We like that you are sitting down with us. It encourages us to do more work. Okay, we want to go on what's it called now? Please stop. Leg walk, stroke lunch. It's about lunch actually. Leg walk, stroke lunch. So we'll come back by 1:45. And the people on the will not be annoyed. Those who are on the we're going to go. Leg walk. If you have your participant badge, I'm sure you will have lunch. If you don't have it, maybe you will have to fight for it. Arogundadi, Computer Science, FUNAB. Then we have promoting digital solutions to farmers in remote communities to adapt to climate change. If Mr. Ishula comes, he will handle that. He's Director of Tree Crops, Minister of Agriculture of the state. And we have developing digital solutions for the competitiveness and growth of the Nigerian farmer, Dr. Vinod Oji, Head of IT, UAS in Owerri. Have you given your presentations to IT? All right, thank you very much. Where's the MC? Come on, do your work.
Okay, while we're waiting, I think in the next 5 minutes we'll be connecting to the same team from Brussels. So we will be connecting at exactly 2 p.m. Okay, while that is going on, we can just do well to maybe we have few questions that were not taken previously, maybe in just 5 minutes, or comments that were not taken before we went on break. We can quickly take them in just 5 minutes. Anyone from any of the institutions?
No, actually, I'm going to overrule you because when you start talking now, if you try to do that starts talking and professionally start talking, 5 minutes will go in less than the so we allow them to talk. Let us eat our food. Let's use the time to pray to God for Nigeria.
So I think Louisa is ready.
Yes. Okay.
So Louisa, you can unmute and commence with your session.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
There is someone sharing the presentation, or should I present?
You have your
Sorry, I cannot understand.
Okay, you will be given the host right, so you can share your slide from there.
I can share the slide? Okay. Okay. Yes. Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start. Thank you. First of all, my name is Luisa Marchionni from CERN. As I present myself today, I'm the project manager at CERN, Startup Europe Region Network, partner on this project, DFISOL. And today we'll explore a critical topic, which is the entrepreneurship business incubation experiences from developing economies. Oh, sorry. So to start, I will start by defining entrepreneurship and business incubation, highlighting their pivotal roles in driving economic growth, especially in developing regions. And the aim is to give a good understanding of the role of business incubators can have in the development regions and support of startup companies, and also a good understanding of the incubators' potential to stimulate regional economies. Sorry, okay. So going to the definition, entrepreneurship is the dynamic process of spotting opportunities, taking calculated risk, and creatively addressing business challenges. In this context, of course, we have the business incubation. that emerged as a structured and strategic approach to nurturing startups and the early stage enterprises. Startups often face challenges, as you know, and some of them could be not having enough money, or not knowing the market well, or having some, let's say, not having someone experienced that can guide them. So incubators are here like to give a hand, give the help for these startups. They can give resources, advice, and offer the opportunity to do networking. Let's say they give the chance to meet expert mentors or specialists in the field that can help the startups. And so with that, the startup can grow their business and scale up also in the world. The role of business incubators. So business incubator extend their expertise and services to help entrepreneurs overcome these challenges. The services include training, as we talk, networking, advice, and much more. Also could be about infrastructure and technologies. And the intention is to aim at establishing, operating, and growing successful business. And as a result, we have noticed that incubated startups significantly have an impact and can grow well better than their non-incubated startup. So also, it's important to discuss about what is the impact. As we discuss about the role of business incubators, we can discuss about what is the impact that the business incubation has, especially on local communities. And it's normally it's really significant, and it's of course huge when we are speaking about developing economies. So incubated startup contribute to the creation of an added value. So what does it mean? It's not just creating startup, but also can bring a social and economic impacts. So including job creation, economic diversification, enhanced local knowledge and skills. And we are not talking about the people, the staff of the startup, but also the people around the local population, and increase also tax revenues for the state, and improve living standards for all the local community. We will see and explore concrete statistics and some real-world examples to see what are the positive outcomes. But before, I would like to have a look to what we call global incubation community. So a global incubation community consists of three, as you can see, integral components, and these are kind of interconnected elements that shape the startup landscape in ecosystem, in innovation ecosystem. So I will go and to start the presentation from the bottom. So from business incubator. What is a business incubator? Is the physical facility of the incubator. So where the incubation process happens, and it offers an ideal environment for startup to grow. It serves as the nurturing ground for startup, helping them navigate the most vulnerable early stage of their, let's say, journey. Then we have the business incubation process, which is a bit larger. And this involves public and or private efforts. So could be entrepreneurial, economic, and social development process, and focusing on nurturing business from the idea stage, so from the beginning until the end, and until they are established startup. So it includes throughout support programs that help them get started and grow faster. And then we have the wider business incubation environment. And if I may say, I can, considering the audience that we have today, we can say that all of us are included in this third element. So it's the bigger picture, commonly known as entrepreneurial or innovation environment, is crucial for supporting long-lasting business growth, and involves a mix of many actors. Of course, the entrepreneurs, the startups, and incubator, but as well investors, educational institution, government policies, industry association, culture, market, infrastructure, and technology. What can help in building this environment that can help in bring the growth of incubator? So to foster incubator development, there are several key factors that came into play. And of course, these elements can work together and create an environment that can bring to have an incubator, grow and success incubators. So we can start from the beginning, which is government support. That means having the advocacy for policies that promote entrepreneurship, including also tax incentives for investors, and also make a streamlined regulatory process for startup. Access to finance, so cultivating an environment where startup can easily access fundings throughout mechanisms like angel investor, venture capital, and government grants. And then education and training, investment in comprehensive education and training programs, cultivating also entrepreneurial skill from the beginning, from an early age, and networking and collaboration. So encouraging collaboration among startups. But I can say also among other cluster, other country of your region. We will see an example later. And of course, the mentorship. So establishing mentorship network, connecting experienced entrepreneurs with startup, offering guidance and support. So the startup ecosystem in Africa has grown to become one of the solution-based funders to many of the existing societal problems with the technology. And Nigeria is, especially with Lagos, is considered one of the 5 tech clusters hubs in Africa, that can bring an impact and an innovation in the country. So nevertheless, we can notice that in Nigeria, the 61% of the startup don't make it until the end. So some of the usual reason for this include dealing with rules and laws. We can see regulatory and legal challenges. So navigating the complex of the law environment in Nigeria can be challenging for startup. So they can encounter legal obstacles and bureaucracy that can not help them to finish and conclude their growth. Also, infrastructure and logistic constraints. So, for example, if we are talking about something like the technology, the unreliable power supply, or, for example, transportation issue can affect the production and distribution of products and services. Then we have lack of business skills. This is related to the educational support. So the education and give them the knowledge, not just for the basic knowledge, like basic literacy, but as the studies and research of my colleague have shown, the importance and also the willingness of population to acquire knowledge about digital literacy. Lack of access to funding. So many startups struggle to secure funding to sustain their operation and scale their business. So let's now focus on real-world example for the successful incubators. Each represent a kind of, we can say, good practices instead of best, because in technology innovation system, we don't speak about best because there is always time to improve. So this example demonstrates how incubators contribute to economic growth, job creation, innovation in their respective regions. And we will see together incubators from Europe, international level, and also Africa, a focus on Africa, highlighting what were the lessons learned and the major outcomes from their developing. So the first one is an European one. So it's a network of European countries called European Startup Network. It was founded in 2017. So it contribute with the importance of cross-border collaboration. This is one of the examples that I was saying before about networking, not just about networking with the near startup or another incubator, but a network in a regional scheme. So of course these help because contribute to create a collaboration and knowledge among European startup ecosystem. And one of the outcome is, of course, creating and foster the cooperation among startup ecosystem, facilitating network, knowledge exchange, and partnership among various stakeholders. Another more international, so wider than the one before, is the Allied for Startup, founded in 2014. This startup this incubator has emphasized the importance of a global advocacy. So it's not just regional, but global, with a critical lesson that the need for startup organization to collaborate at the international level to address common challenges and promote also a favorable regulatory environment. And it has been influential in shaping international discussion. So it contributes with the international government policy and contributed to a more favorable regulatory landscape for startup worldwide. And then we have another in Europe, so European Startup Network Alliance, founded in 2016. As the previous two that we discussed, this has brought the value of collaboration among European startup support organizations, and the lesson include the importance of harmonizing policies and sharing best practices. Then let's focus on Africa, and then we have Ghana with Metwater Entrepreneurial School of Technology, founded in 2008. MEST represent a best practice in entrepreneurial education and mentorship. This is one of the issues that I was before highlighting about one of the lack or one of the factors that impact the failure on for the startup. So not having the skills. So this incubator is focusing with a full 2-year program that teach future entrepreneurs the technical and the business skills that they need, and also give seed funding, so money, and grant to some startups that can be selected, and making sure that can continue and grow in order to realize their ideas. And one of the biggest outcomes is that has trained over 400 entrepreneurs from across Africa. Then we have Nigeria as well, with the Co-Creation Hub in 2010. Of course, as you know, is established in Lagos. And Co-Creation Hub has an experience that bring to the importance of community engagement and the creation of a collaborative space for startup, and has helped in the growth of Nigeria in the tech ecosystem. Then South Africa with the Air Labs, which has a different focus because it's on social entrepreneurship and community upliftment. So has led to development of solutions that address pressing social issues, let's say youth and unemployment and substance abuse. So major outcomes, Air Labs has incubated over 70 startups and trained thousands of community members in digital skills. And then the last one, we have Kenya with NAILAB, founded in 2011, and has demonstrated the importance of fostering a culture of innovation and experimentation, with the outcome of had incubated more than 60 startups. So the major conclusion here is that, seeing what we have discussed and what was presented, we can say that there are three phases. So the incubation phase that offer a mixed support to entrepreneurs, and the startup itself creates jobs within the incubator environment. And then there is post-incubation phase, which when the company, the startup, is already successful graduate, let's say, has reached the maturity, so it shifts in a broader local market. And then the extension phase, this is when the company that are graduated and already shifted in the local market expand and have a positive impact on the economic development, social and economic development. So it is where we can see the impact on the local communities. These outcomes altogether can help in the economy grow and become also help in the creation of different and diversify the economy of a country. And for example, as we have seen, can even bring to create alternative source of livelihood activities. So of course, when we see and discuss about let's go, okay. So when we discuss about the incubator and startup, we all the time think about just technology startup or entrepreneur, but they can be really diversified. And there are many examples. For example, the incubator that we shown, that the one that was more focused in some thematic, or the one focused in education. So there are a lot input inside that we can learn from there and try to replicate also in Nigeria, even if there is, of course, it's considered one of the biggest cluster in Africa. We all know that it's just focusing in a city, so Lagos, and it's not expanded, or it doesn't have the same offer in the other region. So of course, this impact doesn't reach the other community. For me, it's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lisa. That was a brilliant presentation. Because she's online, you have any questions for her? We'll take her questions now so that she can answer. You have any questions for her? She talked about entrepreneurship and business incubation and gave us various experiences, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, and so on and so forth. You have any questions for her? I see our director of science is here. Perhaps you have any question for her, ma'am? You missed most of it, yes. Okay. Anybody else who has questions for her? Or any comments? All right. Take the mic, please.
What I'm trying to say is our currency is not helping us. This is why $1, £1 is go to how much naira now. So if we can assist us on mechanization or some other things, so that the issue of access to fund can be easily addressed through that international community. That's my solution, sir.
That's not that's not based on what she spoke about. That's something that's inside.
He said major reasons for startup failing in Nigeria.
Yeah, but she's telling
one, lack of access.
She's telling you the reasons. She's not telling you that she wants to provide you money to.
So he just wants to hear it. Okay.
Thank you for that question, though. But she's not a funding agent. She's just she's SERN, Startup Europe Region Network, right? So I talked about entrepreneurship and incubation. One thing we lack in this part, I remember that when I was director of the center, this is the current director of the Center of Entrepreneurial Studies, I tried to get the university for us to start incubation. It's not enough to give our students entrepreneurial training. It's so important that you also incubate them, start them up, not tell them, both in terms of finance, in terms of more training, in terms of marketing and so on. And because this campus was a captive audience where you have staff and students, we felt that if you could have incubation centers on this campus, you will actually help them to develop their enterprises and become greater entrepreneurs. I'm hoping that our current director will talk and we'll start doing incubation centers here also. I know that that's something that the university is very interested in doing. And we also hope that we can then extend to your local governments and so on. It's important that entrepreneurs are incubated, right? That means that it's like the hen that puts her children under her wings until ready to use them to face the external world. That's the meaning of incubation. So we thank Lisa for that beautiful presentation. You don't have any questions, Louisa, so perhaps down you will hear comments if there are any. And I have Dr. Fadari, who is from the College of Entrepreneurial Studies. Yes, that's a new college in our university. Thank you, sir.
I think the question would have been this way. We are in a developing country, and the issue we have had is finance and managing all the materials. That for developing countries like where finance is a challenge, what can we do so that we can ameliorate this challenge instead of requesting for, maybe asking for funding or so? It's not only the money that is given that can help. I want to believe there are different aspects that can help sustain entrepreneurship and the incubation process. So what are those things that we can do more than even the physical cash that can help us develop this entrepreneurial process and also do incubation very well? I think the question should have been that way, and I think she'll be able to attend to that. Thank you.
you get that question, Luisa?
Yes, I hear. Thank you. So as I will be back to the slide just a second. Sorry. So yeah. Let me see. Sorry. So in this, as you can see, sorry. I was highlighting what are the main factors that can have and contribute in the creation of this good environment for the growth of incubator and for access to the funding. Indeed, if I may say, one of the biggest factor and key point here is the government support. So what does it mean? Having tax that incentive investor, external investor, for example, or having easier bureaucracy for startup or for incubator to create and to grow and to develop themselves. So helping them in this process, and also it can help to be a kind of call for external investor. And also having access to and search and find other funding from international like World Bank or other funds like this. But one thing that this is a more policy aspect. What we can do for the local community, I might say, is starting to create and also to include in the educational system this kind of knowledge. So digital knowledge, digital or entrepreneurship skills that can help the local people to have the skills. And for example, if they want to create a product, to be aware of what is the market for the product, because one of the reasons that a startup can fail also is when you are creating a company on the basis that you are thinking that a product is needed and then you didn't study your market. It's normal not to having this knowledge if you don't have the skills and you don't have the help from other experts in the field. And that's why the incubator is their role is fundamental, because they have the knowledge that being created by other startup, other experts that have worked on the field. So there are different levels, different factors that can contribute to create this environment. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much, Luisa. Any more questions, comments? None? Okay. If there are no more questions, comments, it's my pleasure. Okay. Professor Mayoni wants to chip in a number of things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Nicole.
Thank you.
I actually think that the business of incubation should start from the thought process, because it is when you conceive of a business idea, that's when the incubation starts. It starts from the thought process. So this is our client. Business ideas oftentimes, because it is not brought to fruition. You could have a business idea. You could have thoughts, plans of what to do. But the point is that you also need the support of somebody to help you bring those ideas and those thoughts to fruition. There are so many persons who have conceptualized things, and probably because they had nobody to share it with, or probably because they didn't have the platform where those ideas could be shared and those ideas brought to fruition. Remember, what actually
is the beginning of a business, is the idea. It's when the business idea is in you. That is when the concept evolves. And when the concept is evolved, you now begin to talk about the who to now help you fund, grow, expand, and stuff like that, take it through the incubation process. So my thinking is that incubation really should start with developing a good business idea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I have I want to call on Professor Oluwa Shefumi Arobudade, the head of the Computer Science, Royal University of Agriculture, to deliver a paper titled Promoting Digital Solutions and Green Agriculture Practices in Ogun State. Thank you, sir. There's the mic for her, the other here.
Thank you very much. Once again, I want to welcome every one of us to this workshop. And I believe that we have been impacted one way or the other since we started in the morning. Having given the findings of the baseline survey carried out in the clinic partner, starting on the civic protocol, I am here to present a paper on promoting digital solutions and green agriculture in Ogun State. This is a way of introducing myself. I'm a computer science, but I'm a lover of agriculture, and I am an advocate for farmers, a way of helping farmers with ICT. So I deal at this moment with ICT for agricultural development in any way that I can be of help. And presently we are working on some digital solutions already on this campus, so now. And one way or the other, I've been able to work with farmers in the whole of Ogun State, livestock farmers in 2020, and we are still working on the devices till now because I know we then get back to them with the real solution that can fit and solve their problem. Going straight to the outline of this talk or paper, agricultural landscape in Ogun State, 2 challenges in traditional agriculture, the digital revolution that we are in now. Why the older farmers and old method of farming are going into extinction, we are embracing ICT revolutionized farming at present so that we can woo and attract youth and women into agriculture. Now, agricultural landscape. In Ogun State, agriculture plays a major economic role in Ogun State and provides income and employment for about 70% of the labor force, while contributing 30% of the state's GDP. Now, the major food crops grown in Ogun State, we have rice, maize, cassava, yam, banana. What is the significance of agriculture, economic backbone in Ogun State, employment, contribution to GDP, rural development, food security, cultural heritage, and so on? With this, all these benefits listed, you will agree with me that coming up with kind of solutions that will skyrocket or bring up agriculture to the next level in Ogun State should be a thing that we all should join us together to see to the success or the successful outcome of such practices. We have challenges in traditional agriculture, and that is why ICT is coming in. 1, limited access to information. Limited access. You know, On this campus alone, we have had so many researches being carried out with good and, impacting results on farmers. But information curves cannot be useful to the people that actually need information. So we see limited access to information with traditional agriculture. We have outdated techniques. New techniques are coming up every day. I fail in this area, they carry out research, they tell you this is the way out. But the people that need the results of this research, they are there on the farm. And this information must be communicated or must get to them in time. And there is something about agriculture. If you need information now and it's getting to you later, then it's not useful. Because already the impact, the negative impact is already done, and then the farmer is already maybe at a very great loss because of what happened to the farmer. We have environmental concern, that's degradation and water pollution, yield variability, inconsistent yield due to unpredictable weather and lack of precision. We have resource inefficiency, wastage of resources like water, fertilizer and energy, then income instability. Next. How do we address these challenges? I'll be talking about some digital solutions, not imaginary, but real solutions that are already under development or already being used around us, for us to be familiar. And with this project, my team leader has talked, has given the opening remark in the morning, that definitely this project will come up with digital solutions useful to farmers, because we are going to conduct the impact of such solutions on farmers. Not just giving it to them, we want to know how far this solution has been of help. Technology has evolved, like I said, from a manual endeavor to a precise science, empowering farmers with data-driven insights and tools for sustainable growth. Now, while they were asking questions the other time, this is a digital solution, and the two major problems this solution is actually solving. This one I've already introduced to Ogaden in 2020. That was the first prototype. We have the second prototype. Now we have the third prototype on this campus. Farmers came all around from the 3 geopolitical zone in Ogun State. The solution, this one is solution to two major problems. That is animal rostering, that's cattle rostering, and other farmers clashes. Farmer clashes. Your animal enter into my farm, destroy all my farm. It's not my animal, it's the other man's animal, and all of that. So this we call LiveTrack. We tested this on our farm, not here, with goats over a period of time, and we were able to track them. And then we are developing it to have more features, so that all these two major problems will be solved. If only farmers will subscribe to it, cattle farmers, they will subscribe to it, and then we'll be able to solve this problem of other farmers clashes, which has claimed so many lives in Nigeria. This is a digital solution. Then we have what we call a kind of organic. On our campus here, we have what we call OAPTIN. That's Organic Agriculture Practitioner and Tertiary Institution in Nigeria, of which I'm a member. Because of the work I love to do for Agric, I have to join OAPTIN, although I'm in computer science, so that I will look into listening to effects or the benefits of taking organic food and so on, and then try to also come up with so many products, grown organically, so that they can be exported. At the moment, I think they work on sesame, the exporting sesame, and also presently we are working with them to be able to create a kind of courseware for sesame cultivation to harvest, and then getting them exported out of Nigeria. So we have a number of courseware for them already for organic farming. We have for compost making. That is a kind of mobile application that can take you through how you can make your compost that will be useful for you for green agriculture. That's organic fertilizer to grow whatever you have on your farm. Intelligent market space. With our interaction with farmers, we discover that middlemen or middle women, they gain more than farmers. especially when they have a lot of harvest, there are no demand, and then they will just take it from them, and then they will be the one to now go and sell. Now we think of intelligent market space, a place where farmers display their goods, a registered farmer with a corporate society, and then they are able to now sell their goods. Oh, I need this, I'm in Odeda, or I'm in camp in Abeokuta. The farmer that has this, that already displayed, you will have the information, and then the logistic is to help you to carry whatever, and then you make payment. Because this has been a major problem. Although we discovered this majorly with fish farmers, because we already we have some projects we are doing with fish farmers, and then we try to organize a kind of workshop for them to identify their challenges themselves, telling us what actually are the things they need help for. And in fact, it was so serious that they were telling us that they don't even know what to do, because these people, they are sending them out of the business. Because when they harvest, they will come, they will just price anyhow, and farmers are afraid, my goods will be spoiled, my goods will be, and then they will be at a greater loss, so they will just sell out for them. This is to find a way of getting off middlemen or middle women, so that farmers can actually learn. We have what we call weight equalization. Weight equalization is a kind of tool that this has been developed. Now we are testing this wheel tool with animal scientists. They have a way of grouping animals in a way that they want to feed, this is the quantity of food they want to give to this group, and they want to group them in such a way that the total number of weight of animal in that group or in each of the groups will not, the difference will not be significant. And human brain cannot do this, especially when you are having 100, 200, 300 animals. So based on that, this a mobile-based and Android-based application that we have done before, we published before on this. It's a digital solution on this campus for now, and then we give to them, they use it to categorize or classify or to group their animals together. We call it wheel2. It's a weight equalization. It can be used in any company. You may not want to group animals, but you want to group birds, or you want to group a particular object. It will definitely work for it. Precision farming. This is a large-scale farm precision. I think tomorrow somebody will be coming to talk to us. They work on this project that is monitoring the moisture or whatever, mapping, that's soil mapping. Soil mapping, then you monitor the soil content or the soil moisture content, the kind of fertilizer you apply. It is sensor-based. Sensor in the soil to tell you water is low, and then there is need for irrigation, and so on and so forth. That's precision farming. Here we have the drone with irritating sand to drive away birds from rice plantation. Rice is one of the major crops being planted or cultivated in Ogun State. And birds have really driven home farmers, because after they have labored, once they invaded the farm, when the thing is still in the milky stage, they strip away everything and the whole thing is empty. And farmers are not able to come up with something reasonable at the end of the day. Then with drone, it's moving all around the farm with a straight sand. Bird does not want to hear it, because research has been done to know the frequency of sand that birds does not like. And so that sand will be coming up, and so they cannot say, it drives them away. We have the weather forecast. It's also a digital solution that can help farmers to inform them of the kind of plants, the weather that will be, that's weather forecast, for them to know what to do. It is data driven, because the data for weather is being collected on daily basis or within a very short interval all through the day, 24/7, every day of the month and of the year. We have smart monitoring, that if the temperature or humidity level deviates from the ideal range, this is like a greenhouse, and then it's a greenhouse, then you monitor the moisture, because each of these plants, they have the precision or prescribed condition, environmental condition, humidity, temperature, water, and all of that. So if you monitor very well, they are able to know that, oh, this is not okay for now. And so if there is a deviation, the system will automatically adjust the climate control. We have digital mapping, I've talked about it, that's that of the soil type. Then the market access, that's intelligent market space, which I talked about the other time. This will improve their game. Then we also have sustainability. A farm that has adopted sustainable farming practices, you move throughout the cycle, and then you are able to come up with your compost to plant. Some things are also taken from the farm, like the weeds or whatever, then you convert them to compost. You are using them just like a circle, and then you are able to sustain the earth of the soil and minimize the need for chemical fertilizer. Green agricultural practices. We have green agricultural practices, that is getting organic fertilizer from sustainable sources that farmers can use instead of inorganic fertilizer, and the environment will be preserved. That's green agriculture. It prioritizes sustainability and environmental stewardship in farming practices. We have kind of next slide. Yes, this is an example of green practices from fish farming. When you come up with, when you produce some meal for fish, then the frass, which is like a waste from the production of larva supplemented meal for them, then you can take that, we convert them to compost, which is very, very useful for farmer, for the soil earth. Then we also have what we call biochar, which can also be taken from, we can also produce this from leftover. They are like waste, they are produced from leftover, but they are used for soil amendment over a long period of time, and it's better than inorganic fertilizers. And so we have a way of producing that. We also do that on the campus here for farmers, in the University of Agriculture. How do we benefit? All of these solutions are to be taken down to farmers at the stage in which we know that, yes, they can use it. We train them, we have capacity building training for them to also practice all that I've mentioned, especially those ones that are in their capacity to do. You take your weed, you convert it to compost, you are using it as organic fertilizer, you are producing larva, and then the frass from the larva, you are using it for compost. And then if you want to produce biochar, you have what you want to use, then you can take it to where they have the bioreactor in order to convert to biochar from soil amendment. So Ogun State can actually benefit from this by having increased yield and efficiency with all that I've said. We have sustainable agriculture, and then we have reduced environmental impact. Data-driven, either the one you are using, that's environmental impact. I mean, we are not polluting the environment with inorganic substances. Then you have digital tools, all those applications that farmers can use to be able to do one thing or the other, and to be able to have, I mean, a kind of aided or a kind of high productivity at the end of the day. Yes? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Arupinda. That was a beautiful one. I'm hoping that we can maybe take both your questions and Dr. Oji's questions together. So perhaps we will sit down while I call on my colleague, Dr. Leonard Oji, MIT, University of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, to present developing digital solutions for the competitiveness and growth of the Nigerian farmer. Thank you, sir.
Digital solution, developing digital solutions.
Good day, everyone. Yes. The protocol for the day is already established, and I choose to stand on that protocol. The topic here says developing digital solutions for the competitiveness and growth of Nigerian farmers. Next slide. We have all had different presentations this morning, and the one we've just had talked about different types of digital solutions, which I think may have been patented or not. But the basic thing is that there are things like that exist that can help farmers in the remote areas. But in this presentation, I want to be more practical, because what you'll be hearing from me is based on the research that has been done in different local government areas and states that are participating in this project. So we'll be more practical, and we have based what we are presenting here on the outcome of the field. And we have developed, or we are in the process of developing products that can help our farmers based on the outcome of the project so far. So it is not just a theoretical thing, but it's a very practical in approach. And so we'll be back to the slide. So we'll be looking at 3 major areas that we have been able to ascertain that actually areas of problem for our farmers. And so the presentation, like I said, is going to be transformational. It has a transformative potential of presenting digital solution to Nigerian farmers. We'll be looking at competitiveness and sustainability, and then of course, improved agricultural practices, expanded market access, empowerment of farmers. These are the 3 major areas that the research so far have revealed to us when we're looking at developing digital solutions for Nigerian farmers. However, there are challenges, and there are also solutions for overcoming the challenges. Next slide. The agricultural sector, no doubt, is very vital for food production, for providing employment, and then for economic growth. There's no doubt about that. So despite the importance, Nigerian farmers encounter obstacles. I've mentioned them here: information access, outdated farming method, limited market connections. And so in this digital solution that we're looking at, it should be one that will help us overcome these challenges and enabling the farmers to compete effectively and achieve sustainable growth. Next slide. What is the importance of that digital information? Digital solution will offer the farmers valuable information. We have been talking about here, improve access to information. Information is very key. They say information is knowledge. So our farmers may not have been doing well because they lack information. Information on how to improve their farming method. Information on how to understand where to get grants, loans. These are very important if the farmers have to succeed. So information access is very important here. And then enhance farmers' farm management practice. If you have information, it will also enhance your practice because you've acquired relatively new knowledge on how to face maybe your existing challenges. So knowledge is very key. Market access is also another area, and financial inclusion. The farmers are producing. Are they going to eat all they produce? They also want to make money, and people also want to live on the output from the farm. So there is need for market connections. The farmers must know who needs their products. I don't need to know where you are as a farmer if I need your product.
This platform can actually expose you to different forms of products wherever they are. And then you go online, make payments, select what you want, put your card, everything online. You may not even know the producer. That is the beauty of this. So we are going to look at an app that will enable us create a market access and then also create a financially inclusive environment for both the buyer, the seller, and all the stakeholders. Next slide. Challenges in adopting digital technologies. It is actually not going to be easy for the farmers, for everybody involved. There will be problems. And we have had series of those problems since morning. We have been hearing about them. Limited internet connectivity in the rural area. That's also a big problem. And we all know how it hampers the widespread adoption of technologies among Nigerian farmers. Our farmers, they are faced with low digital literacy, affordability and accessibility. These are all problems. Next slide. Solutions for overcoming the barriers. Improve internet connectivity. Thank God in this workshop, we have telecom experts who will let us know how this thing can be done. There are several ideas that have been enunciated, but we also know that creating, like I've been discussing with him, creating resource centers in the rural areas will help to solve this problem. And I think by the time he comes, he will actually let us know more about that. Digital literacy program, we need to embark on that. If we want people to key in digitally, you must educate them. You must educate them digitally. Let them understand how to use some of these things. The handheld device, internet. You know, we say in the rural areas, internet is not there. People will not use internet, but we also have educated local farmers. And so those ones also should be able to do what? Benefit from the entire process. They can use it. Those who are using handheld devices, there are so many things that can be built into it. Of course, the platform that we'll be able to build or that is ongoing also have a mobile view. And so those in the rural areas can also use it. It has a mobile view. It has a full internet view. So these things are in differentiations, subsidy inventions. The government should also be ready to provide subsidies. And of course, you know that in this project, we have opportunity for limited grant to farmers. This is also to encourage them. So government on a larger scale should be able to introduce subsidies and incentives, you know, to encourage the digital technologies, to encourage their use among the farmers, you know, by allowing them to have subsidies or tax incentives for investment in smartphones, tablets, digital tools, and other forms of collaboration with telecom companies. Very important. Next slide. Now, how do we integrate digital financial solution for competitiveness? The integration of digital financial solution into Nigeria's agricultural sector, no doubt, has revolutionized financial transactions and management for the farmers. And so this section we'll be looking at now will offer us an overview of these solutions, their significance in farming, and their potential to enhance competitiveness and growth of Nigerian farmers. Benefit of digital payment systems in agriculture. Somebody might be asking, what do I stand to gain if I use a digital payment system? We know the stress it takes away from us. Somebody trying to get network is raising a phone. The professor was showing us here a couple of things, you know, that have hampered the local farmers. But this is an innovation. It's something novel. How do you use digital payment system to make your processes stress-free, to help your business economically? Digital payment system provide farmers with several benefits, including convenience, cost reduction, enhanced security, and increased efficiency. And so this system will enable direct payment into farmers' accounts, eliminating the risk associated with cash handling. I'm talking about the new app that is emerging from this project. The seller, you don't need to stress yourself to go anywhere. And there is security of your product, security of your money. So these things are going to be done online, and the money goes directly into the seller's account. There's a wallet that will be created in the platform. You bring your products, you display them, the buyers go there, there's a section for them, they look at it, and then they make payment. And somebody will say, how did they make this payment? The Flutterwave is there, the Paystack is there. We have adopted the Paystack in this project because Paystack allows agricultural transactions. So it's easier. We incorporated it, and you make your payment through Paystack. Money goes into your wallet. Next slide. Adoption, challenges, and solutions. The adoption of digital payment system in agriculture encounters challenges like limited financial infrastructure. That's also a problem. Low digital literacy, we've been talking about it, and resistance to change. Of course, it's not going to be easy. Somebody knows a particular way of doing something, and suddenly you are bringing in something, an innovation. Definitely there will be resistance. But by the time they understand the need to do this, and how it has also helped them, they will know that indeed it is something worth doing. Of course, there should be training, support, and incentive to encourage the farmers in adopting this system. We need to encourage them. You know, expanded agent banking networks, and then deploying mobile point of sales. We have talked about it here severally. POS, of course, you know, it's the internet everywhere. Even in the rural areas, they are all there. But the major challenge is this network thing. But with government involvement, I think that will be a thing of the past for those farmers in the rural areas using this expanded agent and POS. Mobile banking access for access to financial service, empowering farmers through mobile banking. Mobile banking empowers the farmers to utilize their mobile devices to access financial services like savings account, insurance, and loans. And so this technology facilitates financial inclusion by reaching previously undeserved rural communities, thereby contributing to their growth and competitiveness. Next slide. Overcoming challenges in mobile banking adoption. What do? Require collaboration among telecom companies. The expert will address us on that. Financial institutions, government agencies, they need to collaborate to help in solving these challenges. Next slide. Microloans to agricultural investment, very, very key. This will facilitate access to credit. And the platform that we're looking at will use the digital technology to streamline loan applications, evaluate credit worthiness, and provide swift fund disbursement. In the same app, there is a section where the farmers will have to go and get information about loans, about grants, information that pertains to financial institutions. Everything will be on the app. In fact, that app is all inclusive. It's all inclusive. And I have made it so because there are numerous digital solutions, numerous financial solutions. But we want our farmers to have benefit of all these solutions, not all of them, but the ones that are relevant, that have also appeared as a need during the study. So we try as much as we can to isolate them, bring them out, and then we refine them, build them into something that can help our farmers. Next slide. This is also how we can overcome the microloan adoption issues. Institutions, government agencies, all of them have various roles to play. Now, empowering Nigerian farmers through digital financial solution. Next slide. We are now talking about the app or the platform that we are building. emerging from the outcome of the field study. And digital financial solution, as it is called, Difiso Online, is a transformative online platform that is poised to reshape the agricultural landscape in Nigeria. This proposal report outlines the comprehensive features and the benefits of Difiso. We are emphasizing the large marketplace, interactive capabilities, the unique features that the online platform has, and then how it also delivers vital climate updates. So you can see that some of these things have been discussed generally since morning, but we have seen how we have now condensed them, brought them into the app. So the app has numerous capabilities. By seamlessly integrating the e-commerce and information sharing, Difiso aims to revolutionize the way farmers operate, fostering prosperity and sustainability in Nigeria's agricultural sector. Next slide. It is indeed a groundbreaking digital marketplace that is aimed at the Nigerian farmers and agro-producers. It provides a unified platform where the farmers can list and vend their diverse arrays of agricultural products. The platform's central objective is to eliminate geographical location. You can buy from, can interact, you can buy from anywhere. Any part of the world you can buy. You can also sell. Facilitate direct connection between the sellers and the buyers, and foster the economic development of farming communities. Next slide. What are the features of the app? These are the features. Expansive marketplace. Difiso offers a vast online marketplace that transcends traditional boundaries. Something beyond, we've been hearing about traditional agriculture. This platform takes us, the farmer, the buyer, takes us beyond this traditional limit, enabling the farmers to present their product to a broader national and international audience. Interactive environment. The platform fosters interaction, not only between the buyers and the sellers, but also among the sellers themselves. And so this collaborative approach promotes knowledge sharing, best practices, and network opportunities. On the platform, we are creating a blog. Of course, you know the purpose of the blog is basically information and for interaction purpose. But then we go beyond the blog. We're also creating a community forum on the platform. And on that platform, the essence of that community forum is for farmers to interact. For them to interact, share ideas, know what is happening, talk about the weather condition, talk about everything that concerns their farming. So that is the essence of that. Again, there is also a feature, very important one, seller-buyer engagement. The platform empowers the farmers to communicate directly with the buyers, share insights about their product, and address customer inquiries, with a view to fostering trust and loyalty. I said in here, your transaction as a farmer on this platform is secure, both the buyer and the seller. They utilize the platform itself, makes use of advanced encryption and trusted payment gateways. Platform ensures secure financial transaction, enhancing the overall shopping experience. And there is also transparency and there is sustainability in the whole process. Farmers can highlight their sustainable farming method and ethical practices, showcasing their commitment to responsible agriculture. Benefit of an online platform for Nigerian farmers. The market is expanded for you at a reduced cost. As a reduced cost, you can save a lot on traditional marketing expenses. And then you also build community. Community building is very important in the whole process. Digital literacy, data-driven insight. The farmers can gain insight from platform analytics
informing their decisions and then improving their marketing strategies. If the Professor Chris made presentation this morning, you see that these are all figures, bringing out figures. And this is what we also intend to encourage the farmers, the buyers, to work on their interests based on what? Digital data-driven insight. Very important. Next slide. Innovative news feature, climate update. The platform introduces innovative news features, and that will help in delivering climate updates to Nigerian farmers. This tool will offer real-time weather information, real-time. And they can also make some forecasts and related insights, that are aimed at local farming regions. And with accurate climate data, the farmers can make informed decisions. They can make informed decisions about their planting, about irrigation, and other issues that are pivotal to farming. Next slide. These are the advantages. I may not bore you with this, but the fact is that weather is optimized for the farmers. Their risk are mitigated. When they have early climate alert, it empowers them to proactively mitigate their, the risks associated with the weather condition as and when they want to start their farming. So they have more knowledge, they are more informed to know when to go and when not to go. It's important. Resource efficiency, accurate climate data will aid the farmers to optimize their resource usage. And then all these things will also help them to enhance their crop planning. They will have knowledge of the kind of crop they want to plant. They have knowledge of their soil health. Important. They know the health of the soil. So these are some of the advantages that the news feature can also throw up. Next slide. Navigating, buying and selling at Difiso. Now, these are the processes or procedure that one need to take to buy at the Difiso market. If you want to go to the Difiso market to buy any product, these are the procedures. You must explore the marketplace. You can see the URL there. It's in default. Yeah, you can see it is there. You browse the product you want to buy. You look at the product details. Then you can now add to your cart. You move on. Then you check out. And then payment is secure. You make your payment. Next slide. These are the procedures. Now you want to sell on the online Difiso market. These are also the procedures you have to go through. Seller, you must sign in. Let's know you. Profile yourself. Let's know where you're coming from. Let's know who you are. You really want to buy? We must have that profile. And then account approval. Somebody must be able to approve that account. These things are for security purpose. You don't jump from anywhere and then tomorrow you know what can happen on the platform. So the platform is tight. There are checks and balances. Product listing. You can take your product will be listed on the platform. Whatever you have, you list it, all the products. Engage with the buyers. You interact with them directly by responding to inquiries and sharing insights about your product as a farmer. When you bring them up, the seller can interact with you, ask you some questions about the product you have displayed. Secure transactions, community interaction. These are the procedures you follow to sell. Next slide. Well, digital or Difiso e-market offers a seamless platform for both buyers and sellers in Nigeria. The buyers can explore a wide variety of products and make secure purchases, while the sellers can register, upload products, and engage with customers. The seller sign-in process ensures that the farmers and agro producers are equipped to showcase their offerings and contribute to the growth of the agricultural community.
The digital e-market emerges as a game-changing force in Nigerian agricultural space, bridging the gap between traditional practices and modern technology. And so with a comprehensive suite of features, which I have shown here, including this expansive marketplace, interactive environment, and innovative climate news update, the platform is set to propel Nigerian farmers towards unprecedented growth and resistance. We have to embrace the digital market. Nigerian farmers can harness the power of digital connectivity, knowledge sharing, and data-driven decision making to cultivate a prosperous and sustainable future. For the sellers looking to embark on this journey, sign up as a seller at the seller sign-up section. And once it is approved, you begin to list your products for sale. Buyers can explore the marketplace, and that you can see the URL www.africagrofarm.com is in default, and discover a wealth of high-quality agricultural products from the local Nigerian markets. Next slide. This is real time. I don't know if you have your phone to scan it and see what we're talking, but I am not going to move into you can open it. You are free. If you have your phone, you scan it, you open it. It's real time, and that is the platform. But I tell you, it is work in progress. All that I have discussed with you, the features, the relevant sections, all you need to do, those are the things you find here, structure, but it is work in progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oji. I was almost getting lost. I thought you had developed the app and that we have finished our work because it's work in progress.
Sorry, sir, the app is developed. That's why I say open the app.
Yes, it's work in progress. You said it is work in progress.
But you can finish,
it's not yet finished. I was confused.
You can open it.
I was confused. It's work in progress. Thank you very much, sir. That was a beautiful one. I thought we already got to the end of the project. It's work in progress. Well, thank you very much. It gives you an idea of what we want to achieve. Thank you very much, Dr. Oji and Professor Oluwa Shefumi. We have questions now. Comments, questions? Yes, I'm going to give you numbers because, and I will call it last. The man behind Mr. Olifeso 1. Who's that? Mr. Moshood 2, Mr. Anikuta 3, Mr. Anu Uru 4, my former student who is director of Agric 5, Professor Oyebuchi 6, and then Tajudeen Ajala 7. Okay, 8. One, please.
For the good presentation. Thanks from Professor Arugudani. You mentioned drone technology for the control of birds in rice production. The last time we came here for the livestock packing for the so we are able to make communication with you today. I'd like to collect your contact address. Contact phone number. Your phone number. Okay. Going ahead, concerning the drone technology to drive away the birds on the rice, so we need training on that. If possible to that rice farmer. I told in Yewa North, we are not to be the full package of the state, but God is one of the major problems that people away from the production. So, and now that the federal government has backed the importation of smuggling of rice, the young farmers will be very happy to adopt. Then, by the drone technology, the device will show to us. We want to know the cause and the source. Then again, I want to add this, whether you can help to work on it as a researcher. One of my farmers who work at a young farm told me when I was going to the call, I saw his large farm, rice farm.
I was surprised to see big farm harvesting rice. When I got there, the one I had to tell me that the attack of bugs on rice farm is seasonal. So they have special time for planting. So I don't know how that much is true. You have to work on that.
Next, please note the question to note. Number two. Number two.
Good afternoon, I'm Boss Almago. Please, I want to first of all thank all of you because in fact, when you are going through the papers, two of you, they were actually detailed. But my worry is, price is determined by the forces of demand and supply, that's economic theory, basic economic theory. And I know that the problem that farmers have been having is that most of them are peasants. In other words, they don't farm on a large scale. They lack the capacity to actually transport what they have over a long distance to where there's concentration of consumers, people who will buy their products. And what happens is that those people now, because the marketing also is a chain that creates job for people. So while we are talking about improving or promoting farmers, we should also think of what happens to those middlemen we want to eliminate, who are also catalysts in the economy. And there's something I like, they call it building community. What I think is that if there's a way those farmers can come together, yes, and build synergy so that when they produce, they will mass produce and can afford to transport those things from the rural villages to where there is population density so that they can really realize the value of those things, or find a way of getting government to get involved to assist them in moving those things from the very rural areas where those things are produced to the urban centers where you have the population to consume those things. Thank you very much.
But three talks, I'm not going to answer, but we will answer for you. But we don't want to eliminate middlemen. Middlemen are very important in the marketing system. So don't get that wrong. Don't confuse middlemen to people who create content. Middleman is very important in our cultural marketing system. That's one. Number two, we also have what we call off-takers. Off-takers who come to collect this thing and take from the middlemen too. Come, yes, and take to, so you don't need to go there to market that indirectly, but that's just by the way. Number three, yes, farmers are not peasants, yes. That's the old economics.
Okay, once again, my name is Chinedu Manohuru. My illustration or comment is going to center on Dr. Oji's presentation, which actually has shown the tremendous work that the ICT department has done. But I'm concerned a little, maybe I've already overcome that, because I know that any digital payment platform certainly has to work in tandem with the financial system. I don't know whether you have developed that process of contacting the cyber security stroke payment system department of TBN for a possible sensitization of this, the process, because you have got to be given the license to operate on it, so that the payment system will always pass through the Nigerian, Nigerian financial, system, so that the banks have to synergize with you. At the end of the day, the process will be seamless. I just feel I should bring that to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Number four. Number four?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Moshood Olusheyin is my name. I just want to suggest a likely solution about finance, because they are talking about one of the criteria that stands as obstacles in these processes. Many of our people, they believe in themselves and their family. Even our leaders, which is not all that good. Some people used to say, I cannot work for others to eat. And even so, some people that they call themselves leaders, they do say so too. I cannot work for others to eat, and they are leaders. So what are they doing there? I was just thinking, as we are just discussing, that the problem is finance. Government is doing their part, giving grants, but it's not still enough. Every day we are increasing in numbers, and every day some of us are decreasing in age. We are not getting any younger. Others, the young ones that are coming up, they are not seeing anything visible to embark on. So why don't we sacrifice some things out of our finances for others to grow? Just like the Bible says that there is a song that says, all right, sir. There is yes, harvest is bountiful, but their harvesters are limited. They are few. What I wanted to bring out is that we used to sing a song in the Baptist, be what day, go anywhere, you can use some money. Thank you, sir. So what I'm trying to say about this is that as we are all sitting down here, all leaders, we can also do some things. We can just create a platform, a WhatsApp group. The participants that participate here, maybe you can just agree on some certain amount, at least 5,000 naira as contribution, as a grant, having educating some of our youth and training. Then we can finance them after training them. This group, this set.
We know to advise. Thank you very much. Number 665.
My name is Mr. Akitunde Adelayinka. Well, I have some questions here, but I want to react to some things mentioned here by some people. Like they have said, the farmers will gather their farm produce and transport it to somewhere. We have moved ahead of that stage. Companies are liaising with farmers. So they will now go to their farms and carry the output to their own company. So farmers cannot afford to transport anything from their production center to a company that will buy those things. Then number two, my brother, nobody is contributing 5,000 for anybody. What they are doing, if they want, there's a program for them. We have the program called Value Chain Development Program. It's for youth. They normally send youth for training in the north. Some are going to be Jos, Nasarawa, etc. like that. So they should key into those programs and get what they want there. That's for that. Now, my own question is this. Madam mentioned drone. Maybe I saw drone 2 times. I was talking from my farmers in the village. That's one. 2, you said we can open apps for farmers to prevent the middlemen saga. But this thing I want to say here is this. Let me join it to our doctor's own, our professor's own, that says they are going to open apps. Is this app going to be in English? If it's in English, let's forget about it. If it's only the language they are speaking, they can, even to convince this farmer is difficult. We are working with them. To convince them is difficult. And that is number one. The only stage we can do it is this. Let us just get a group, maybe in a community or in the local government. Let's start from them. Then, from their experience there, they will link others that see what we have gained from this program. We did one program at Ijebu. That the program captured J4, J3, and other. I can't forget the third one. We open a platform there for them. You know what I think it's an international thing. So there was a man came from either Britain or something, I can't remember the country, or Germany. He bought this cell phone for each community. This involved 3 communities. He bought 2 for each community. What their area of concentration is how to treat plant diseases for farmers. So you now any problem you have on the farm, you snap it. If it's a pest, it's an insect, you snap, you send to them, they will react. On the same platform, so many farmers will put in their own experience. So that's how we have been sharing that thing. I forgot the name. There's a name we call it. Anyway, that's the platform. So when we want to open any platform, sir, let's start from a small area. So that if they feel the effect, it's the farmers that they will be telling each other what they have gained from that program. And the issue of this marketing, buyers and selling all those stuff, farmers cannot, I still repeat it, cannot engage in that. The only thing I think we start with, let's say if it's marketing, click on how to sell. You understand, sir? They will know this how to click on how to sell. Click on buying. They will know click on buying. And the last thing that I want us to do is this. Buyers and sellers in each location, we can get them. Our farmers know people selling, buy from them. So if you have their phone numbers, the farmers that are producing crops, we can do that in different local governments. Go ahead, get the farmers producing maize. Then tell the maize farmers to tell you the buyers that used to come to them, or if you don't know them, if they come, if you don't have their number, collect the number for us. Then we open a platform on that, then we start from there. But this thing, telling them and putting it on them straight, I don't think it will work. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I don't think you understood and appreciated what Dr. Oji and Professor already said, but all that you have spoken is part of our terms of reference. In terms of language difficulties and so on and so forth. I won't answer a question for you, but the idea of drone, I wish you were here about 2 weeks ago. The drone, the enough student who is now a pilot of drone was here to exhibit drones on this campus. I was in that meeting, a very exciting meeting. Drones are very cheap, not expensive. So if when time comes, if you come to see us here, we will show you the way to see drones.
It's not the sophisticated drone he's thinking about.
No, the guy came there. It's enough there. Very cheap drone.
There are minimum.
Yes.
That can be used for so many things.
Yes.
Some are just camera.
Some are cameras. We all had a very nice time here about 2 weeks ago. Who is number 76?
Thank you, Professor. Good day, everyone. Before I ask my question, I want to make a little comment on what you said. Yes, regarding to that community-based development, I think it's very essential. And in this workshop, I believe our major target is farmers in the rural areas. So the idea of developing or building community research centers or something like that, if by tomorrow when I be presenting mine, I'll be able to make a little explanation on that. I think it's very necessary. Developing digital solutions is very essential, we know that. But one of the driving force or one of the greatest challenges, if I may say, for those in the rural area, one has to do with access to internet. It's a major issue. Just like Dr. Oji, I really enjoyed that presentation. And when I look at that angle, these are where the challenge, because our interest is basically the farmers in the rural area, and also acquaint them with the knowledge. Then my own question to Dr. Oji on the developing digital solutions. Just a simple question. I say, what measure do you provide to train the farmers on develop digital solutions? We know that some farmers are well educated while some are not. and there is need to incorporate all of them, to acquaint to understanding the digital solution. So the measure is very important. How do you actualize this? Then also, we know that the use of digital tools, there are, in rural area, there are laxitude or less interest by many farmers. Some of them, we bring them and say they're not interested. But that means there is need to develop good measures to be able to encourage them and let them understand the importance of the use of digital tools. That is where I'm still emphasizing on that building community research centers where farmers within that locality or geopolitical environment, once in a while are being trained. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you doing questions? Tajudeen Ajala. This don't go too much into.
Yes, I just want to quickly make a comment on the issue of workability of the digital development going on in the ICT team of digital. I want to tell you that it is very, very implementable. Whether the farmers are educated or not educated, this program has been well rooted vis-a-vis the local government authority and vis-a-vis our different agricultural projects that have direct contact with these remote villages and farmers, where they are going to be incapacitated. These people who are enlightened and they know or have the act of the ability to solve the problem, we assist them. So it's going to be seamless. We have that confidence. Now, my question is this. We talk of base stack. It is very key in this development you are making. But many of us are laymen to this statement you have made. So please, further expatiate. What is base stack and how does it work? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last question is.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's very awesome. So my question is this regarding digital. And I was just thinking that it's a very nice initiative. I was thinking that regarding the platform, an e-commerce market that transcends time and without location. So how do sellers, how do buyers, how do they measure the quality? Since they are dealing with agricultural products here, how do people assess the quality of this product they are buying? That's the first one. Then number two, what's going to be the logistics behind this of those goods? Is it going to be on the farmers? And if they're going to be using platforms like Paystart, when Paystart receives transactions, it goes straight to the farmer. What if the farmers on their part do not take those products to the sellers? Then how do they deal with logistics?
Thank you very much. I leave the floor now for Doctor and Professor to do justice to their questions and comments without taking us on the really outside now. So let's speak here. Thank you, sir. Prof.
Thank you very much, sir. I think I have a few questions from the farmer from Ayeto that once attended the workshop for the tracking devices in 2020. And then we also found that this is an institution that we are working on it to make sure that we get to a stage, we are on the third prototype now, to make sure that farmers will be able to afford to buy this and use it to track their ruminants, large and big animals and all of that. For the drone for rice farmers, yes, in August, we have a set of projects that we are presently doing under test funds, and then we have different researchers. So we have the prototype, But Tech Fair, we call it Tech Fair. Tech Fund wants to take it to the next level to make it a product that will be useful for farmers. So we have been meeting in August when we met. We have actually tested the drone in the north. And then come and see the joy in the heart of the farmers, because over there, what they even do is to employ small kids. Come and see them. There are many small kids. And all they are doing as they are coming back from school, they will go to the farm where they will give them food and then give them small money. They will just be making noise and be beating all kinds of objects to drive away the bus in the afternoon. So this was tested and they were very, very happy. But at this moment, we want proof of concept of that very thing to a stage that farmers will be able to afford, even not a single farmer, group of farmers that rule around the same place. The drone will just be moving around. This is just for sand. Yeah, and the kind of sand with the frequency birds does not want to hear. So immediately they hear that they will fly away from the farm. They will not stay around that place. So it is possible for farmers in the same area to procure one, and they are using it just for the rice. And when next you are planting and you are all at that stage, then that one can also be used by me. So I will work on it. I will still give you my contact since you want to take it. For the rice season, I think our people in the Copeland, I'm not an agriculturist. I'm only bringing ICT into it. They are the ones to now tell us if you plant rice at this particular period, then there will be no burn. But you know that we have rice that we only plant in swampy places. This is just my little knowledge. And then the time we also plant our own rice in different places. So I think there is need to work on structures in Copeland to do that. For the issue of
we'll take the message from agronomists.
Yes, agronomists, they tell us something about that. Then, with respect to what the representative from Odogolo also told us, when we went for the baseline survey, I was there. One of the farmers actually told me that Covenant University, with some people outside the country, they work on that application, which they used to detect, because cassava they plant it a lot. So to detect the pests or the disease on that plant, and then immediately you'll be given advice on first aid to attack that before it spreads all over your farm. So he actually showed me on the mobile app, on the mobile phone. Then I said, no problem. What we are trying to do also with this project is for you to have this even in different languages. We have the North Kwara, then we have Southwest, then we have Imo State, that's Igbo language, so that farmers, no matter their level of literacy, they will be able to make use of it. And over time, and the idea you are coming up with, I buy into it. That is, in such engineering, as a computer scientist, when you are coming up with a solution, don't expect 50% acceptance. It's not that your solution is not good. There will definitely be resistance. That's one. Number two, with respect to software, you don't give it to users until it's 100% perfect. And so it is possible for you to have your alpha testing, then your beta testing is just having a group of people. You have confidence in them, you be giving to them, they'll be testing it, they'll be giving you feedback. And the feedback they're also giving you, they are some of the ones you also expect from the large populace. You understand? So that is software, any application, no matter how good, if people are not accepting it, then it is useless. So it's better you start with a very small number of people. Even for a whole year, you will be testing a particular software. I tell you, we have been on this tracking of a thing since 2020. And then when I was telling them, farmers, when you come with innovation, they say, that's how they have been coming. We have not seen it. I said, don't talk like that. But 2020, this 2023, we are still on it. Testing, making sure that once you get to farmer, we have the percentage of complaint will be very, very minimal, very, very low. And that is what we have been doing since 2020. Because I kept working on it, my group, we are working on it the same way. For a whole year, we may still be testing what we talk about now. For it to be very, very perfect. And once it's perfect, because there is a kind of mentality, once they go away with faults, when you are now telling them it's the best, it's better, it's good, They say, oh, it's good, it's better, they don't want to listen again. That's the general, it's a behavioral issue. And it's like that with software or any application. So definitely starting with a small number of people, very, very important. And people you are starting